And we are live, one would think in theory, according to the internet, but who can trust the internet these days? Hi, everybody. Lolly ho, Jellybean. Hey, Brotherhood, I will get to your question in 1 second. Good to see you, glad to have you. Demins, good to see you, glad to have you. You're on time, hey, good to have you. Tethys, thank you very much. Ray Ray, thank you very much. Jellybean, again, thank you very much. So Brotherhood, one of the things is you can join me today. So remember that everyone's welcome to join me for doing the binding coils. So because of that, you, if you want to experience it, now's actually kind of a great time because I will be going through the cutscenes as well. Which means that you will have an easy time doing them. So we're going to be doing the binding coils today, and I forgot to preemptively level my Lancer so that we cannot do the next thing for that for the warm-up. So instead, we will have to be doing either something else or maybe just go ahead and get into coils. So, Coils begins where? Is it, with Eorzean and the Waking Sands? I believe. Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have you. I have had a very long couple of days with very little sleep. It's just been this entire week has been that way. However, which is just unavoidable. However, I now will, until the stream tonight, the live stream, will be able to just sleep, and the next couple days should be a lot more relaxing, so that's exciting. I had a cascade of things affecting things, which put everything in my life on a little bit behind the schedule. Oh, look, Jellybean. Oh, look, a piece of candy. I feel that this week, but I'm glad you're able to get some rest here soon. Yeah. I'm only so, like, as much as, like, yes, it kind of sucks to feel. I am only sad in so much that I can tell it will affect my ability to perform and ability to think and feel. What's the donation goal? The donation goal, sorry, I probably should have been more clear with what it is. It is, I forgot to reset it too, but it is the microphone upgrade. It is basically the last microphone upgrade we will ever need for the channel. It's basically, it's kind of like the industry standard for podcasting mics and for music recording and for a lot of people in terms of the high end of still relatively affordable. And it's it's the mic that once, if you look up that microphone, you'll be like, oh yeah, you see that everywhere. Now, part of the reason that you see it everywhere is because you see it everywhere, so it's self-perpetuating. But the other reason is that it's got really good. I've used it, so if I wasn't in Europe, I would have joined. Oh no, Brotherhood. Oh, okay. Well, so here's the thing. I'm gonna be watching all the cutscenes and everything. So this isn't a bad way to experience it, especially because Binding Coils doesn't have a normal mode. So I would say that if you're willing, this isn't a bad way to. There's no really good way to experience Binding Coils. Because if you experience it with a group synced, it's going to be slow going. And if you experience it unsynced, it's going to be very fast going. So. Coils begins in Wine Beer Yard. Yeah, but don't you have to unlock, don't you have to talk to Eorzean beforehand? Or are you right that is it in Wineport? Because I know you go to Wineport to meet up with Alice. Hope you're able to get lots of restful sleep. Thanks, guys. Primal Fear. Here, let's just go ahead. Hurry, yeah. I think since this is where we meet Alice just as that entry. Yeah, I think there's just some prerequisites, Brotherhood. I think, Issa coming in here with the clutch. Bahamut. Here, by Coils. Unlock. Oh. Yeah. Oh, right. I need to be able to do... Okay. Who wants to come help me do the... Or actually, I did hard, didn't I? I had to do hard for something else, didn't I? Afterwards, player can talk to Eorzean at the Waking Sands. Did I not do hard? No, I did hard. Okay, so wait. Players can unlock Binding Coiled, completing Ifrit hard, Gruta hard, Titan hard. Afterwards, player can talk to Eorzean in the Waking Sands, start the Bahamut quest chain, quest Primal Awakening. Oh, okay, I see. No, it is one of these. Titan Gruta, Ifrit hard. You have to do those. Well, yeah, we already did those, luckily, for Vera. So. I'm going to hold up for one quick second just to let anybody trickle in who wants to, but then we'll go ahead and get started. Oh, how's everybody doing? Oof. Actually, let's see. Maybe, maybe do quick inventory sort. That. Oh, you know what? There's a merchant and mender in here, isn't there? There we go. Save the materia because sometimes they're randomly worth a bunch because you need them for weird shit. Sometimes leathers are decently valuable. Okay. Hey, Aaron, good to see you. Glad to have you. Been a ride this week. You know, Deathbear, it seems to be going around. Literally everyone on the mod team is experiencing the same thing. I'm on that. I think a lot of people, it's one of those weeks. Hope yourself today, get some good rest. Love the new video. Awesome, I'm glad you loved it. Speaking of, new video today. Yes, it is a day late. I had the video ready to go. I then rendered it. The file, I don't even know if it was corrupted. But effectively the render ended up deleting itself. Now I had all the footage, but I had to re-edit the whole thing. And that ended up being a problem. And then on top of that happened like Tuesday, late night Tuesday. And then on top of that, I had a bunch of other personal obligations and stuff that came up. And then they actually ended up coming up even more. So it was just a wild ride the past 24, 36 hours. Never really understood how those ancient green items worked when playing ARR. So a bunch of those green items were used to trade in for gear, a lot of times, or were used for crafting and yada, yada, yada. They're basically effectively useless now if you don't want glam. Raiho, also good to see you, glad to have you. Hey, Sierra, good to see you, glad to have you. I have insomnia, so I know how it feels. You know, it's interesting. I typically, I've had on and off insomnia in my life, like genuine, but I've had it really bad the past couple days. It's been crazy. Got vacation, but I got tired talking to every NPC in SideQuest. It's tiring and not as fun to write down lore and do as I thought, but I have it easier than others, so can't really complain. Yeah, that's the thing. Here's what I'll say about the lore stuff. Even if you're into it, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And if you don't treat it that way, you will burn out, even if you're really into it. Like, it doesn't matter how much you're into it. If you try to, like, nosedive into all of the Realm Reborn quests at once, it's just too much. And there's some sifting that you have to do. And also, if you're not practically applying each thing you're learning, it's hard to make it stick, which also makes it, less, hey y'all, I hope everything's okay. Hey Aubrey, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, I think everyone is either some form of tired or having a bit of a week. So I think we're doing just fine. But probably many of us could use a nap. I know I could. Actually, to be fair, I did literally wake up. I went to bed at... I basically launched the video today and then went to bed. So I've been asleep I've had 2 hours now. I'm asleep right now. Yeah, see, literally all of the moderation team, all of the Eorzean archives, like everyone on the team right now is some kind of exhausted. And it has nothing to do with work. Are y'all full for coils? Hey, Professor, good to see, glad to have you. No, we're not. We're super not. I'm gonna be picking this up. I'll head back to the tea tree, and then we're gonna start picking people up for that. We're just hanging out and pausing for a second to let people trickle in, and I'm glad I did because I see that's already happened with some of y'all. Switch to move, please. Doesn't look like anyone has anything new. Yeah. Armvold, you got anything interesting? No. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Yeah, I hear you, Issa. I really do. We definitely all need okay, here's what I'll say though. If you're in a position where you're tired or you're cranky or you're whatever, I think some people might disagree with me on this because I think like if you're cranky, then you maybe don't want it everyone. But I feel like if you're gonna when it rains, it pours, and if it's gonna pour on all of us, it's a little easier because then we're all like, we all acknowledge we're tired. We got nothing in the tanks. We're gonna get through. Nobody be mad at each other. nobody be upset at each other for their struggles. Demins, I woke up the last 2 minutes before the stream started. Okay, me and you, both of us, Demins. That makes 2 of us. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, wish I could join you for this, but I've been wanting to for a while. But I'm on another server. My new character is too low a level. Well, Aaron, so don't forget that we'll be holding off until 6.18. So I'm sorry that you won't be able to join for this one. However, we'll be holding off. Sorry, not this Crystal Tower till 6.18. So you'll definitely be able to do that. You should be able to level in time. The other thing I'll say is that there's going to be a lot more stuff. And of all the things to miss, Binding Coils is the best option because anyone who's 90 who's going to join us is going to make this whole thing go by like that. So it's going to be a lot more fun to join for pretty much everything else, you know? I love Crystal Tower. Heck yeah, awesome. See, there you go, even better. Stop. Get some help. For the record, I was fine until I watched our last video. It's true. Yeah, Ted this morning, all the staff was just like, and Ted was like, "Don't worry, fam, I got you." And then I sent Ted this our latest video, and Ted this was just like, because I always worry that something might be broken in the video or something on YouTube, and Ted this I believe something to the effect of, "Yeah, video's not broken, but I am." How do you feel about Mega Shiba? How do I feel about it? That's the last thing I'll touch on before we sort of head in. I feel that it's par for the course. I don't know, like, it's super cute. In a vacuum, it's super cute. And, like, it's not like it's game-breaking in terms of, like, oh, I look at that and I'm like, you know, like, oh, that's ridiculous. It's like, if at this point, if there's any mount you, like, are like, oh, that's ridiculous, I have bad news for you about the vast majority of the mounts. I'll need to stack a DPS because I've never tanked for a big raid. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, I'm doing warrior, so that's not hard. So I'll be tanking for the group anyways. Yeah, also, even if I wasn't, you know, like, I tank main, so, like, that is the comfortable place for me. Okay. Let us pippin' poppin' dive on in. If I played a Lala, for sure I'd be getting it. And now, for the first time, you're going to meet Alice. And even though you're about to experience Binding Coils, because we're going to talk about it, I'd also love to point out that you should also go check out our synopses. I technically make 2 synopses, and I'm actually working on other synopses as well right now, which are, for Crystal Tower, or for Binding Coil, I did a 20-minute long one that's like a very serious one. It's like, you know, here's everything you need to know, not only the events that happen in the Binding Coils, but also the context that leads up to them for making sense of it all. Because Coils in some ways doesn't do a great job with that with Nail. Like, it's not fair. It does a fine job with it with Nail, but like, if you don't know who Nail is, you're just like, a little bit of what the fuck is going on. But and then I also made a 5-minute joke, a humorous one, and I think that's going to be the standard format from now on. I think I'm going to do all the raids and alliance raids, and I'm going to do them, you know, have a 15 to 30 minute, whatever's necessary to tell the story, serious one, and then I'm going to try to tell it, have like a very jokey one that's done in like 5 minutes or so. Chris is doing Coils next week. Yes, I was actually just, Chris messaged me yesterday and I was just able to get back to them, this morning. We were talking a little bit about that. I was White Mage main for the longest time. Dude, before Sage, White Mage was my healer jam. Coil should be part of the MSQ in my opinion. Only problem is that it's a bit too hard. So the thing is, Mister, also good to see you, glad to have you. The problem is you can't make it a part of the MSQ as is because, well, so here's the thing. Spiritually, I'm with you. Like, let that be very clear. The problem is you need to rework it. Now, there's also a lot of people who hold a lot of umbrage with the idea of requiring more things, but it's something that's a spiritual finale of 2.0 and drawing to a close 1.0. I think it's incredibly vital. Not to mention your introduction to Alice, your effective introduction to Alice. The problem is with how it is now, you can't require it because you're effectively then requiring Savage content. Now, you can't require it and then do it unsynced because you can't expect people to have a character who's 90. Also, or above level in order to do it unsynced. Also, if you require it in any of those capacities, you've now made a roadblock where people cannot continue the game unless they over-level a bunch, or they have a full dedicated 8-man static before the time that they've even gotten to Heavensward. And so it just doesn't work. You can't right now. What they should do is do a fundamental rework and give it a normal mode, in my opinion. That would go a long way. Now, as I constantly proffer on this channel, the difficulty with that is opportunity cost. Is it better for their time to do that than to spend that time developing, you know, the second part of Pandemonium, or, you know, all sorts of things. Now, I would say that it is. I would say that effectively doing more to increase the zest and interest in other parts of A Realm Reborn is always a good thing, and the amount of story and lore implications that come from that are very, very, very important. I mean, literally onto, I'm not going to talk specifics about it, but there is an aspect of binding coils that touches on multiple parts of Endwalker in multiple different ways. You can still preserve the oil coils, but create an abridged version of it for MSQ. I don't think you create an abridged version for it because I think that, like, I would, if I would just create a normal raid version. Because so like if you create an abridged version, at that point just go watch the cutscenes becomes the argument for a lot of people. You know, hey D, good to see you, glad to have you. I think if you create it as a duty. So here's the thing, if you create a normal version, you can effectively then just rework through the mechanics that are already janky and you add in the universal symbol mechanics and stuff that they already have, which would be useful even for the Savage version, or not the literal Savage version, but the current version as it exists. If you have an abbreviated MSQ, there's a couple struggles. You know, okay, I sound like I'm saying like I full disagree. I think that would work. I do think that would work. It wouldn't be the way I tackle it, but it would absolutely work. Now, I would also say that the way that they've structured the story, it's also made to be paced in a certain way, with the 3 separate sections. And on top of that, it's also, what's a good way to put this? It constantly is justifying itself as something that is not assuming you're playing it, ergo making it assuming you're playing it means that I would want them to kind of actually rewrite a little bit of it. But yeah, well, basically want Nail and Phoenix Bahamut, maybe that part which reveals the dragon battery stuff, which forgot which ones. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that stuff you can't jump to without all the setup. So like, the thing is Nail is only explained in the beginning of, like, by doing, you really can't omit anything if you want any of the payoffs, because otherwise it just stops making sense because it's built upon. So again, I think your point about an abridged version, or at least some form of reworked version that's a conjoined narrative arc would be necessary in order to do it. Because I don't think, because again, if the point is, oh, you just want the information of Phoenix, Bahamut and stuff, at that point, what they'll should just do is on YouTube release a video of an official synopses, because how much, like how that would be more frictionless and more beneficial for a lot of people. Now, shall we then? When the sunnery moon did wane, there sounded a blood-curdling roar. A new primal has roused. The portents gave us to believe one whose identity yet lieth beyond our ken. By thy hand, 3 primals have since been vanquished. As each returned to the aether, 'twas observed the tremors foreshadowing this fourth grew in strength and frequency both. The being doth quicken, and in time it shall become a scourge upon the land. And yet even as we pondered a course of action, a benevolent soul did arise, one who would forestall this threat. Though she be tender in years, she is true of heart and steadfast of resolve. She would solicit thine aid, if thou art willing to proffer it. Lest thou wonder, this maiden is of our order. Thus did the antecedent straightways consent that thou shouldst assist her however thou mayest. As soon as thou art able, hie thee to Wineport, where thy petitioner doth await thee even now. Thou shalt for certainty find her visage strikingly familiar. Okay, Eorzean. I really wasn't wrong when I was just in the 5-minute synopsis just said Eorzean doth some these. Hey, Coach, good to see you, glad to have you. Sorry I'm late, what did I miss? Pretty much everybody else feeling the need to crawl into the room anyways. Honestly, the Bahamut lore is less interesting to me than introducing the Alice Hunt for Grandpa. It really does serve. I guess in my mind, Mister, I don't know how you disambiguate those from each other, or like, I also, the Bahamut lore is so fundamentally vital. I mean, here's the other thing about the Bahamut lore too, is that for all the people who are less interested in it, whenever we get to Marasidia, they're gonna be a hell of a lot more interested in it, I can promise you that. But I understand that everyone's got their druthers in terms of what's more attention grabbing or what speaks to them. I mean, hell, ain't that's true for all of us, but it's true for me for sure. Oh, what's Alice say first? Okay. Alphino's is snooty, but it's been a while, adventurer. If I recall, my brother Alphino took the liberty of introducing us when first and last we met. But for the sake of propriety, Alice Levier, I thank you for coming. I have heard much and more of your exploits. By your hand, the Black Wolf is slain, and his ultimate weapon destroyed. You are possessed of great strength and courage. That much is plain. I shall have need of one such as you if I am to see my mission through to its conclusion. They also got a better sense of writing her voice, too, as the story went on. As you may be aware, the violence of Dalamut's fall changed not only the face of the realm, but also the base of the realm. Specifically, it played havoc with the etheric currents, creating vast confluence of aether below the surface. Among other phenomena, this led to the formation of the subterranean caverns at key points of stress. One such cavern lies beneath Castrum Occident and extends to only gods know where. Despite appearances, Castrum Occident is as much a research facility as it is a fortress. Gaius Van Belsar chose the site for no other reason than to probe the caverns without interference. As you once went about vanquishing the returned primals, I observed a repeating wave pattern in the aether, corresponding exactly to the dates of which you reportedly to have felled Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda. Upon closer examination, it has become clear that these unique waveforms emanated from deep beneath the aforementioned stronghold. Crucially, I recorded the same pattern during the recent celebrations, and have since been given to understand that this phenomena bears a disquieting similarity to the one observed shortly prior to the calamity. 5 years ago, my grandfather invoked the power of the 12 that he might contain Bahamut. Alas, his efforts failed and he's vanquished, together with his foe. I would know the truth of what transpired that day, of grandfather's fate and the metamorphosis that swept across the land. In casting light upon these mysteries, we will find a way to cure all that ails the world. That's a bold statement. It is my belief that the answers I seek lie hidden within the depths of the cavern. I would have you accompany me on my expedition to find them, Elio. I've been known to do an adventuring or two. And truth be told, I am not one to rely upon others, and have thus far handled matters alone. Yet I am not blind to my limitations. Unescorted, I cannot hope to succeed in this endeavor. I swore that I would find a way to restore the peace to Eorzea. If you desire the self-same, then aid me as you aided my brothers in the Scions. I am in your debt. You are a man of action, and I sense that we will accomplish much together. But let us not waste any more time. As I mentioned, Castrum Oxygen straddles the cavern I wish to explore. If I am to have hope of reaching it alive, I will need you to infiltrate the stronghold first and locate a path into the depths. Once you have done so, pray, report to Storm Private Jabroka. You may consider her my assistant here in Wineport. I have every faith that you will not fail me. 12 speed your way, Elio. Okay, before we do anything, let me go back to the tea tree and let us all meet up. For everyone who is interested in joining me for Binding Coils, meets me at the tea tree. Howdy, everyone. Atelier, good to see you. Glad to have you. Am I the only one with lag chat or buffering? Get a little buffering too. Interesting. A little buffering. I'm too. My signal at work. Since. Oh, you can always try refreshing. Oh, look at all you people, all ready to go. Jesus. Invite to party. Invite to party. Invite to party. Invite to party. I will hang out here for a second. I'll respond. One thing you can do, we know that tends to help with any lag and buffering stuff is pressing refresh on YouTube's. It may also be my internet or yours. Coil story good, but the dungeon's a bit too draggy. I assume you're talking about the actual raids themselves. And I don't think that they're draggy so much as the initial ones are. I think that they're just wonky. But yeah, I mean, that might also be a, yeah. I like how Elio looks twice the size of Alice. Yeah, well, I mean, he is, effectively. I mean, Alids and growth spurts are a thing. I had it, but reloaded and it worked. Yep, okay. Usually that seems to work, DD, thanks. Would you say drag on? Yeah. Yeah, no, we were talking earlier about the fundamental issues around, it's not so much, I think, paging issues with Binding Coils. I think it's just the fundamental. There's no way to access it. If Binding Coils had a normal mode, a la Alexander, there would literally be nothing to address with it. I mean, that's not true. It would be nice to have the current English voice actors, and like, yeah, some of the fights aren't incredibly engaging, especially in the first Coils. Really, the only one that is particularly engaging is Twintania, but. There's still stuff to do. I will also say, Coils more and more as they went along with the raids, and especially starting in Omega. Oh, who is it? Oh, it's Justinian. More and more as they went along. I think Binding Coils and Alexander ironically do this the best. Binding Coils feels like it's a freaking set piece. Like, every one of its parts is this like beautiful, giant, enormous descent through the coils themselves, the internment hulks, and the like shards of Dalamud. And now when you get inside of Alexander, you actually it's still also get that sense. You get like a sense of like traveling through space and stuff. With Omega, you still have some of that, but like it is a little bit like, oh, you go in and it's just a fight. And I prefer it mechanically. You go in and it's just a fight, but there is a hell of a lot less of the exploratory nature. And then by the time you get to Eden, that like it just keeps being more and more the case. And like Pandemonium effectively just isn't any kind. There's none of that, almost none of that at all. Okay, if we're good to go, then I'm gonna go ahead and be getting us starting. Give me a minute to log on, I'll scholar. Okay, well, if that's the case, then I will wait for a second and I will respond to chat. Draggy story was like the jumping platform, the second Coils in Ragnarok. I don't. Do you give more explanation regarding Ragnarok, or do we only know the name from the map? Name from the map. Careful with Endwalker stuff. Second Coil. Oh, or I think. Oh no, sorry. Never mind. Sorry, Rex. I'm trying to like. I like the jump. Okay. Draggy story wise, I'm not sure. Like the jumping. Yeah, story-wise, I don't really mind. Did they give more? I don't remember. Did they give more explanation regarding Ragnarok, or do we only know the name from the map? Ragnarok is partly the class. Or actually, Heimdall class would be the correct. Well, I'm not sure more context in what way. You say like explanation regarding it, but I'm not sure what there is to explain. In my opinion, for the story wise, maybe cutting 1 or 2 dungeons each for the. So first off, they're not dungeons. Like that's really important in terms of like how the game defines them and how they're paced. So like they are raids, which is part of why they're designed the way they are. 1 or 2 dungeons each for the coils is nicer. I also don't agree with that. If anything, maybe you could articulate that there would be a value to like making it 4, 4, and 4 like everything else, but I don't agree with cutting that much, especially with the amount of importance that there is inside of the lore and as well as conveying information around the shards of Dalamud. Coiled remind me a lot of FF12 Descent of the Gurvan Crystal. Yeah, I think, Rect, I don't know if that is for sure what they're taking off of, but I absolutely think it is the exact vibe I got when I looked at them too. Yes, G-Shade question. Yes, the G-Shade I have is a custom preset I made. Thank you, Atelier. That was very helpful. Yeah, they could get away with the final fight for Phoenix for each coil. I deeply disagree with that. I think you're gonna see as we go through it, if they did that, you may feel that way because we've been through it and you're aware of them, but a bunch of that information is deeply contextual on explaining and understanding one. So for instance, if you did that, you wouldn't necessarily have a sense that you're actually descending through the earth, which is like a major part of understanding the coils themselves, but also understanding the elegant fundamental technology behind things that come up for relevance later. For instance, things around dealing with Nail, things around the control over the dragons. Yeah. Well, coils in itself are the normal raid content for a Realm Reborn. Well, yes. Technically, you are correct. The best kind of correct. But I would point to that they are not effectively normal raids as we use as a term now. To your point, they are technically normal, and there is technically a savage version of some of them. That said, effectively, that's also not. They're not normal in terms of when you think of. Each raid has 3 sets of 4, and each of those have a normal and a savage, right? And the normal version is the story version, and the savage version is the like mechanic version, like the hardcore version. So Ragnarok is the name of the ship, but I don't remember it even being called that until I saw it. That's because they name it that. So if you're talking about Endwalker, that's because they name it that. Then when I went back to do it for Alipo was the first time I saw the name. So I'm not sure. This was just the devs' first attempt to regular raids. We now know where we have now where it's just bosses. Yeah, no, I know that this was their first outing, and a lot of this is also rooted in their design philosophy being based off of initial predictions of going off of a lot of WoW design and stuff. Like I understand exactly why it happened, and I understand why the choices were made as they were made at the time. It's only the same way that retroactively we got flying in a Realm Reborn. The same way that we are retroactively getting we've gotten some quests trimmed. The way that we just had Ratatan and Livia changed. It is of that piece of a kind where I think bringing them in line would be very useful. When I pulled up map, I know that they can turn into cutscenes or non-raid MSQ stuff. They have all the lines in our assets, but they can turn that into cutscenes. Right, mister, but I think you're missing my point. Is not about ability, it's about opportunity costs and context. So, for instance, if they do that, why do that? Why put the dev time into that instead of having a dev just edit a synopsis to go on the YouTube when it will ultimately be as a reachable by just as many people? And also many people, is this one of our people? Crystal Tower wasn't MSQ until 5.3, right? Yes, that is correct. You literally could not have done MSQ and finished, you could have done all of Shadowbringers without doing Crystal Tower. And for those of you who have done Shadowbringers, I want you to think about what that means and some of the characters you meet during Shadowbringers. And imagine doing that, but literally your character's never done Crystal Tower. Weird question at all, but I'm leveling. Should I pick up Allegan 10 pieces of armor? You don't need to. No, not really. Is this someone's alt and I'm just not aware of their name? Cotton Q prof. No. We were just waiting for someone. But I'm gonna go ahead and go ahead and unlock it. Put you in coach. Okay. Invite to party. We like to party. We like to party. Okay. Yeah, loading is slow today. Armor befitting for you for the moment, but keep in mind collecting and storing always. Those elegant pieces will be useful trading more money and stormflood things later. I mean, yeah, that is the way to do it. Yak. Okay, it's you. Good to see you. Glad to have you, Yak. I'm not always. I don't know everyone's name when they're disconnected sometimes. Yeah, Rect. If I mean, like, I can also answer some of these questions in Discord later, but no, not Ragnarok. I'm mistaken. Isn't there one of the raids that I think is second Coiled term where you have yeah, because that's the Ragnarok class. Interment Hulk. So yeah, we'll touch on that when we get in. I'll talk about that. Where you have a lot of jumping platforms. Yeah, yes, I will explain that. We can talk about that. Yeah. So like, for instance, a lot of the Allegan, a lot of the space stuff and other things besides have classes. So for instance, if you know, in what's it called? On Mare Lamentorum, this isn't really a spoiler, it was in the promotional material, you can see a crashed Allegan probe on Mare Lamentorum, and that is a Heimdall class. Or I think it is the Heimdall, and maybe it's I'm forgetting the exact name, but the point being, there are classes of, mechanical things, especially when it deals with the heavens. Allegan ship, right? Yeah, so the thing about that's worth remembering about the Dalamud and like the Interment Hulks and stuff is that they're all like have the basically capacity. They're all oh hey, there's Logan. They all have like dedicated nomenclature, effectively. That's the important thing. Sorry, it took me a second to get there, Rected. Oh wow, are we almost? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Holy shit, we're a full group. I'll be honest, I was not expecting that. I was expecting 2 or 3 people. We're about to fucking wreck Twintania. Oh, Twintania's about to have a bad day. Oh yeah, I've been expecting you, Elio. By your coming, I take it you have successfully located the cavern's entrance inside Orchestrum Occidens. It's literally easier to do that voice than it is to do Alice's. So that's where it's to be found. Marvelous! Oh, but allow me to properly introduce myself. Jabrolka is my name, and it is my honor to serve Lady Alice. Though for reasons of convenience at present, I also serve the Maelstrom. This uniform accords me certain privileges, you see. In particular, ready access to the Maelstrom's regional scouting reports. They provide a wealth of local knowledge, including information on secret passages. But enough about me. I shall notify Lady Alice of your discovery that she may prepare for the expedition. Though I don't doubt your abilities, none can say what dangers lurk beneath Castrum Occidens. For my lady's sake as well as your own, please spare neither preparation nor caution. Pray choose your companion well. Oh, I think I chose my companions quite well. You guys make me proud and happy. Thank you. With only 1 healer, let's go! Yeah, 1 healer, but notice everyone's fucking levels. Okay, actually, do you guys want to do the first one synced? Because the first one, is gonna be easy as shit. I tried doing this sync to 50 when I was a sprout. Ooh, yeah, I've done it with, I've done it with groups. I've done it with friends, with statics and stuff, and cleared it all synced and stuff. Well, do it as a blue mage if you have it. It's good for achievement, maybe. Yeah, I don't have blue mage on Elio, but yeah. I'm down for whatever. Just let me know if sync more than first. Okay. Well, let's do it then. Yeah, why not? Okay, well, let's do it. Let's go, peeps. Nail synced. You know, actually, I totally could do nail synced. I know nail well enough that I absolutely could do it. However, I don't know that the 7 other people are, and that's going to, and we for fun could do like an off MSQ replay stream of getting like a static of tea drinkers together and doing nail. Like I'd be down for that, but just because of the MSQ replay, getting stuck on that for the better part of 2 hours might not be optimal. Or possibly longer. Rip, I can't even do nail unsynced. Yeah, because of a lot of her mechanics, unless you're very specific jobs, she do be a bitch though. Nail synced is fun, dodging the meteors. Yeah, I like Nail. Nail I think is one of the better fights in Binding Coils. Which I guess isn't surprising, seeing as like there's only really like 4 like really good fights. 5-person party couldn't handle meteor golems. Wait, what? Really? The scars left by the calamity. I can scarce breathe for the surfeit of Aether. Tell me, have you ever seen corrupted crystals such as these? Such crystals manifest across the realm when the course of the great river of Aether was irrevocably altered 5 years ago. Remember, the 7th Umbral Calamity was one of us astral. That's why it wrought change and destruction and shifting and changing, and that's caused crystals and things like this to happen. Behold, one of the objects that caused the alteration, a fragment of the lesser moon Dalamud. Ancient Alag created Dalamud, or Meteor, to use the Garlean name to serve as a celestial prison for Bahamut. Its fall inflicted grievous wounds upon the land, wounds that have yet to heal, as is evident from the corrupted crystals. Yeah, we didn't know what to do, somehow still died to explosion. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know what to do, like, in some ways it's almost gratifying, but yeah, like, if you don't know what to do, some mechanics, like, don't matter your level, don't matter your power level, you gotta know where the meteors go. Amazing. Dalamud's internal defenses still function in spite of everything, a testament to the ingenuity of the Alligans. I mean, it is pretty crazy that they survived 5,000 years being up in the heavens and then crashing onto the earth and still being okay. The Garleans seek to appropriate their advanced technology, I am certain of it. This is an important point that a lot of people miss. The Garleans were all trying to appropriate the Allagan technology and would have adopted the neural link, as well as if the Ishgardians had known about the neural link, they would have done it. This is set up in a Realm Reborn, and it hasn't really been paid off until Dragon Song Ultimate is when like that as a plot point and an idea was paid off. So like, man, you know. But it does also set up a lot about Ishgard's mentality. I like that a meteor is basically a Death Star in this game. I mean, yeah, it's not, yeah. I guess instead of giant mega laser, if you had giant mega flare. We are about to come face to face with the secrets of this, look at you guys, long lain buried within the sands of time. I'm so used to doing this solo. Great dangers may lie beyond, but we have come too far to turn back. The truth of the calamity is within reach. Question, is there an in-game reason why you can't chuck potion after potion, recast your timer? My hypothesis is that your body requires time to recover the process external aether into internal aether. Yeah, Brotherhood, that would be absolute... Guys, you're wonderful. I would suggest that. I would also point out that just on a physiological level, trying to drink a fuck ton of liquid on repeat really quickly while you're also trying to do various activities would be bad. Thanks, guys. You make me feel special. Let's do it. I mean, it did shoot an energy beam into the Crystal Tower in the 3rd Astral Era. Yeah! Well, and I mean, more in like the Baja incident. Well, yeah, sorry, yes, that is true. Although we don't know much about the description of what that was like, I would almost think more Bajan incident is actually probably more indicative of it because we actually know what that specifically looks like. Whereas the Surfeit of Aether from, oh God. Right, I have to try. The Surfeit of Aether that we got from, what am I trying to say? The Surfeit of Aether that we ended up getting, they ended up getting with Alag rendered the 3rd Umbral Calamity, but we don't have any indication that it would have created something like the Bajan incident. Partly because it redirected the energy flow from Dalamud to the Crystal Tower that caused the 4th Umbral Calamity. However, what happened with the Dalamud with Baja was that it was all the stored energy for thousands of years too. There's a YouTube video about this, yeah. The only weird part for this was the level of explosion from the CS cutscene, like a luck factor. Gods preserve. Dark wings that would engulf the very heavens. These could only belong to Bahamut, the primal who laid Eorzea to waste 5 years ago. Element was earth. After earth was ice, then after ice was water. The order of the umbral calamities are wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, water, astral, umbral. At Cardinal, my grandfather sought to imprison Bahamut anew by invoking the power of the 12. Alas, the dread worm proved too powerful and he soon broke free of his confines. Yet, instead of resuming the destruction that had begun, Bahamut vanished, whither to, no one knew, until this day. But I do not understand. If Bahamut is truly a primal, how is it that he retains his physical form? Did grandfather defeat him? Or is there some other explanation? That's also why there were massive earthquakes, and that's how you get events like what happened to Zadnor and why the Crystal Tower sunk beneath the earth. We must press on if we are to learn the truth. Let me catch up real quick. Torture Horror, but we can't do it now. Tanya, that is. Mysterious man! Who could it be? Some guy named Lewis, I'm sure. The only part for this level of explosion from the cutscene, like a luck factor for things still being intact with after the Bahamut hatch dropping a small question. So remember that a lot of what we're entering wrecked is the, you know what, actually, this is actually probably a good time to do this. So thanks for bringing this up. Also, thanks for the topic, points of conversation and topics. YouTube. 2.0 trailer. I promise I won't try to get too sidetracked. Display capture. Oh, I already had display capture on. Well, that works. Okay. So, really important to note. Here, we're gonna turn that off. So, when Bahamut's here, right, you have these different spikes, right? These are primary methods of it being maintained. Some of what you're doing is traveling down these themselves, as well as the primary internment hulks. It's not that the entirety of the moon as a station survived. We will see aspects of part of it surviving. Some of what we see are projections as we are inside other parts that did, but much of this was wrecked, was entirely destroyed. So you can even see more of the containment spikes, and you don't really get a good sense for the internment hulks, but there are a specific number of them as well. So. There were four binding coils in all that we know of. 3 of which we deal with in the story, and the 4th of which was lost. Let's pop you guys back up. Algon RNG strong. Yeah. Shall we then? And so like that's why you have the little bits and pieces of the its interior and exterior around, suffused with a lot of the surrounding corrupting crystals. Oh, okay, are we just running ahead? Okay. Will, can you do me a favor? Can you turn tank stance off? So we're not fighting for aggro. I literally don't even know what this lizard's the snake that we get here's mechanic is, because I've literally never experienced it. Even Syncs get to do its shit. Oh, those were the binding coils? Mind blown. Yeah, so we can see a little bit of... I'll point out this when we get further in what the binding coils are specifically. It's not clear if the internment spikes are the identical to the binding coils. It's quite possible that the binding coils were only apparent on the inside, and that's why you do not see them in the A Realm Reborn cutscene. But you can clearly see them elsewhere besides where they end up coming back up later in the story. They are clearly visible within this, and I'll point them out. There's a lot of things that are very easy to like miss out on that are explained in Binding Coils. Let's just explore everything. I don't usually take my time with this, and we can. So we gotta go over there, but I don't even know why we'd have to head over here. Is it just a wrong direction? Or do you need to turn off something? It's been so long since I've had to do this in actuality. Are they just random mobs? Yeah, okay, interesting. Dark Matter Poogie. You know what I'm interesting with these guys is, are they... The fact that they're called Dark Matter makes me wonder how much of them is being local flora and fauna susceptible to corrupted crystals versus Allegan Chimera that were within Dalamud, because we know that was the case for many of them. But the fact that they're pretty common and the fact that they're just called Dark Matter makes me think that they were local flora and fauna, especially because most of them are, all of them I believe are present in Eastern Lenosia. So I think this is just local flora and fauna, probably corrupted by Allegan nonsense and mixed in with corrupted aether. The reason I think that there's some Allegan is because their color schema matches almost like some of the technological stuff or like the fuels that fueled Dalamud. Got it done. It really does feel like a WoW raid. Yeah, if you think, the thing is if you realize that like all of Binding Coils was designed under the thought process of it being like a WoW raid, because that was their baseline. This is a thing that they've stated. It makes so much more sense. Yeah, OST and Coils is also the best in a raid so far, except Alexander. Do I agree with that? I think the highlights of some of the other, you know what? I probably do. Let's make sure everyone's here. Is cutscene? No. Okay, let's do it. I think I agree with you. Like Omega has some freaking highlights. Pandemonium has had some freaking highlights. Shadowbringers has returned to Oblivion. Fuck. Shadowbringers has returned to Oblivion. Ooh, that makes it hard. Okay, we got a poison. I'm assuming that pool's gonna grow. Or not. Okay. Hey, Brooke, it's good to see you. Glad to have you. But yeah, Mister, I totally agree that it is freaking a banger. I think the fact that it uses answers as a background base really does a lot to help it, and the fact that you get to explore rather than every single song needing to be a singular battle theme. And then on top of that, you have multiple versions of answers renditioned for like Phoenix and Bahamut, and you know, it's really good. And I mean, like, answers is fundamentally good by itself, but having all these versions of a motif done out, so here's the thing, like, in terms of replaying, in terms of like enjoying in a mechanical sense, I really prefer the modern design of just a boss fight. Like, here's a boss fight. No, learn the dance. It's gonna be a good time. That said, I do really think there's something that's been lost in this like exploratory nature, and I don't think we've reclaimed it with anything since, because the dungeons have become more linear, which I am also in a favor of because mechanically it's more experientially entertaining and enjoyable. And I think the problem is repetitive content that's exploratory can become very annoying. And so what we've seen instead is things like Baja, we've seen Eureka, we've seen other things to replace that. But like sometimes we don't get quite like the scope and scale of something like this. You know, like there's no, like, just this is just the first one, right? And like the sense of enormity of this chamber is almost like something out of Shadow of the Colossus. Like, let me, like, just like look, right? Just like, yeah. And to, I believe, Rect, you were talking about it earlier with Final Fantasy XII. I thank you for pointing that out. I've pointed that out to other people. Most people hadn't played 12, so they didn't know what I was talking about. And others who did were like, yeah, I kind of see it. But I totally, that was always the first thing that I had in mind. Oh, why did I greed those? I didn't need those. They weren't for me. That was stupid. Okay. On to number 2, right? Or do we have to talk to Alice again? I forget. I don't see Alice. I think we're on to number 2 then. I think we just do full sail and then when we get to the end. So, yeah, I think turn 2 is what we were talking about. So this is gonna be perfect to hit on. Oh, actually, frick. Well, we'll make it work. Was there an overarching OST at all for Eden? Only Coiled and Andrew? Yes. The overarching theme for Eden was a remix of all the Primal themes that you fought. So it's a remix. Well, okay. So for the Eden specific things, there are remixes of some Final Fantasy VIII music, or at least Final Fantasy VIII motifs. So also this is important. I don't know why I'm pointing at my screen. You can't see it. 912 yalms. It's telling you each way along the way how much further you're going down and down and down. So this, what we're seeing right here, this thing, if you look from afar, it's the exact same color scheme as well. Alex and Omega was split into 3 main boss musics. Yeah. Here. Let's. Oh, okay. I can't get a good shot of it. But if you like look at what we're standing on right now, this is like literally. That. Like, it may not literally be that one, but it is one of these. It was further beneath the ground, and that is what we're literally descending right now. Okay. Let's get them, boys. And ladies, and in-betweens, and others, and any preferred pronouns of your choosing. Let's get them, warriors. Oh boy, I remember doing these. I think we got a second coiled turn 4 and had to quit. I mean, hey, second coiled turn 4? That's not bad. Wait, second coiled turn 4, that's nail, right? Because if you got to nail, and that's where oh, whoops. And that's where thank you. And that's where your stopping point was? That is a good solid attempt. That is like if you get past Twintanya and you just get stuck at nail, that is a solid effort. Nail is, I think if you get in the right headspace, nail isn't the hardest. I think for most people, especially people who are not experienced raiders, nail by far is the hardest. I think her mechanics are ultimately end up being the most demanding, especially when you get to her second stage. Oh, we'll go this way. We're following Issa. I remember this 1 minute run for Moogle Tombstone's run. Yeah, you know, it's funny. I was thinking the same thing, as I only did it a couple times for that, so I was like, I feel like I should remember this better. Every pony. Blades is the best track down here. I don't know Blades. Is that this one? I don't know that. I don't know which one that is offhand. Guys, gals, non-bi-peri pals. Yes. I love the synth beats on Trash when you descend into Allegan Ruins. It really fits the atmosphere. Yeah. If there's one thing I fucking adore Soken on, it's that Soken, well, it's not like other musicians don't do this, but, it's this way, right? Yeah. But Soken, picks instruments for the right contextual use and also uses them as their own association and meaning. So like, it's not like, you know, the simple answer is like, Heavensward. So, you know, we're doing Ishgard, so we do the organ. I almost said the accordion. That would be pretty funny. Imagine the vaults, but on the accordion. But there's more than that. Like using the piano in reference to the Amdapor, he uses piano, synth for Alag. There's a fuck ton more. Using distortion for Shadowbringers because it's an alien world, it's another land, it's other, you know, traditional Japanese instruments for, you know, things to do with Othard, well, specifically with Dolma, Kugane, and Hingashi. But, yeah. The vaults with polka. Weird Al's version of the Heavensward theme. Honestly, could have just stopped at I adored Soken. A lot of people would have probably agreed. Like, yeah, that's true. To be fair, though, Jelly, in my defense, I was getting out of it. In my defense, Jellybean, I was more the, oh, that's weird that didn't go off in time. That was probably way too late. I'm probably focused too much on talking. Yes, I should probably use my mitigation to make your guys' lives easier. But where's the fun in that? Okay, well, let's not let the guy with 8 sacks be the main tank. You want to tank this one? And shirking. What do I have shirk bound to on this? There you go. So in terms of talking about Soken, it was more lauding the specifics of his intent. And if you haven't ever thought about it, I highly recommend looking at each and every song in terms of what instrument is being used here and why, because it's just as intentional as any time there's lyrics. Speaking of, if you like lyrical lore and you finished Endwalker, why not go check out our most recent video on the lyrical lore of Close in the Distance? It just came out today. No, it's in the second coils, I think. Yeah, didn't they say, they said second coils turn 4 though. Honestly. Yeah, so it was very new back then. Most of our FC preferred casual content at the time. Nails Destroyer over fresh MMO players. Yeah. Oh my god, I mean, like, if you're trying to... Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna pull him into the corner. Home gangin'. We got this, guys. All the mitigation. Oh, I'm going down. Twitani was the final fight for the TV drama Final Fantasy Dad or something. Yeah, Dad of Light. Oh, if you haven't watched Dad of Light, by the way, you totally shouldn't. Maybe we could watch it together as a community or something sometime. I want Cape Westwind Ultimate. I mean, to be fair, in defense of Cape Westwind now, Cape Westwind now is a killer frickin' MSQ. Oh, good job, everyone. We did it. And it was only as messy as it was because I was not doing my job. Like, Rattan is a fucking dope fight now. That said, I'll take Cape Westwind Ultimate. You know, okay, I would point out, there is a possibility of a aspect of Cape Westwind becoming a canonical thing for Cape Westwind and Ultimate becoming a thing. I can't pitch it here because spoilers, but it's definitely possible. Oh, hey, buffer. Coffee! Coughing! Hey, lady! Good to see you. Glad to have you. Sorry you weren't here when we initiated the stream. But to everyone who's coming in late, I still always glad to have you. You may want to scroll back a little bit if you don't know the story particularly well. I'm gonna catch up on chat real quick, and then we're gonna do number 3, and we'll do unrestricted from here on out. And Will, feel free to like go hog wild with tanking. I mean, not that it will matter probably too much, but you got it. I just wanted a little bit of glory for that first one. Thank you. I appreciate I appreciate the tanking nature. I know it well. Yeah, Nail is a real. The thing about Nail is that everyone has to be competent, but you also have to have people who are dedicated to it at the same time. Because you can be competent, but that doesn't mean you get it right away. Thank you, Ray Ray. Yes, Brave Father Online. I've never seen Brave Father Online. I wonder how, the amount of stuff that it omits. How much of that is good? You know, how much of it is, or not good? Oh my God, how much of it is Brave Father Online better for its emissions, or is there actually some depth that gets added? Mostly just wanted an April Fool's raid or something. So, Mister, you know, with what they've done in the past, what I could imagine totally is them putting out a trailer for it. The problem is every time they do stuff like that for things that could actually be in the game, people get upset. But I would definitely laugh. I would love a trailer for Cape Ultimate Westwind from them. Rattan deserves Cape Westwind Ultimate. Cape Ultimate Westwind. What was the circle thing being Cape Westwind? Was like a teleporter, a non-aetheryte teleporter? Yeah, so it's a non-aetheryte teleporter. So if you look at it, it's got a cross line that leads from the ring to Castrum. Is that Meridianum? No. That's not Castrum Meridianum. Marinum. Castrum Marinum. So effectively what's happening is you're going through the portal, your aether is being converted into the same sort of ethereal signal information power that gets teleported using magics and aetherite, but it's just being teleported across the line, like a telephone wire. All good. So are you doing some coils? Did I miss anything interesting? We're just doing binding coils. Just, you know, simple stuff. What was the circle thing being? At least we can get Bertotten beefy looking tank armor, please. Yeah. The problem with that is, and we were talking about this elsewhere, and I think it's worth stating here now. The big issue with that is, oh, does someone have the mount? Oh, someone's got the mount. Oh, of course it's Issa. Issa. The problem with that is that the Garlean armor we probably won't ever get as a, like, the closest we get is that off-looking, initiate sort of Japanese style armor that you get from from dressing up for that quest in Stormblood, but because it's representational of, it would be like dressing up in Reich clothing. Now it's like, it's probably not for the best. I haven't watched Brave Father Online because of anything about Matey tends to make me tear up since he died. Yeah. And if you don't know that story, you definitely should check it out and check out Yoshi P's words on that. Well, I have to do them as well. Maybe in the future I could request some help from peeps. Yeah, lady, so we're doing binding coils now. We're also doing, but we can also do binding coils in the future. At this point, because we have already started, it's kind of a little too late, but we definitely can either do another community night, or we may even just do an off-stream thing where we'll run more people through, and have it be a regular thing that if there's anyone who hasn't run any normal versions of any of the raids, we can just run people through that. Castrum in Eastern Lodoss is Castrum Occident, Castrum Marinum. No, just blue. We were talking about Castrum Marinum. We were talking about Cape Westwind. We were talking specifically about this one and its teleport gate here. And it has a line that leads from the teleport gate to Castrum Marinum. We do get Garlean uniforms in M-Walker, though. Not sure. Do we? Unsynced midnight level is definitely T-Torture Tuesday or something like that. T-Torture Tuesday. We're about to torture the foes. Let's get it going. I believe I'm unsynced. Yep. Let's hit it. Yak, if you can't say because of spoilers, you can always top it in Endwalker Spoilers Discord and let me know, and I can pop over there to check it real quick. Interesting. Is that the armor from Tower, I assume, then? Engine room, 1233. 1233 yalms down. I need that pupper mount. Well, Brooke, it seems like a lot of people... Yeah. From Babel, yeah. I'll check it out. That's interesting that they would allow that. They're not interesting that sounds like it may be too harsh. I would have only just suggested that I'm surprised that they would allow that and yet then hold back from the other armors. I should look at it and see if there's anything telling about that. Level 83 then. Who are the New Worlders? New Worlders? I literally don't know. You know who would probably know and who knows weird minutia? That specific kind of off-brand minutia is Ray. Unless that's not, I'm literally, I don't think I've ever heard that term. Unless you mean like the new people of the new world? Is that who you mean? I wonder if the reason they call these turns was because of the old game Bahamut would take turns in his countdown before Mega Flare. Oh, whoa. What just happened? What did I just accept? Why did I get kicked? Did I press U and accept, like... Sorry, guys, I have no idea what just happened there. Guys, apparently my brain is not working. I will wait a second for everyone to come back out. I think I managed to press U and then confirm without thinking. Oh my god. You used exit. Oh, I used the exit because I went back up. That's what happened. Yes. I warned you guys I'm tired. Yeah, you better laugh at me. It's fucking hilarious. Look, I'm tired. I'm having to run all y'all's chat. I'll be okay, I swear. Okay. Okay. I got 2 ways to do this. Okay, so do we do, okay, well, I guess we're not really on a, well, we're technically in a ship. Okay, crew, engage. Initiate activation sequence. I do love that jumping on it, that makes it work. Tempered already. I can't find anything about anyone called New World or, yeah, Brotherhood, let's help figure out, I'm not sure who, could you give us like a little context about, hey, John, good to see you, glad to have you, boing indeed. Could you give us a little context, do you mean like people from the New World? Because usually I've at least heard of groups, even if they're like weird 1.0 obscure groups. That could be, I talked about the New Worlders use fish liver as fertilizer. Completely forgot their entire continent called the New World. Thanks for looking up. Yeah, okay, cool. So long as we got your question answered. Oh, come on. Is this because I'm a streamer? Are you cursing me? Oh, and Tethys too. He just doesn't like our team. Maybe Issa cursed it. I'm starting to wonder. So but this is like another example of scale that I was talking about, right? Like, look at how tall and large this thing is. Like, yes, it's relatively simplistic in terms of you think about like what the actual encounter design is, and it's not nearly as engaging as something like imagine if you had to do this in your roulettes on repeat, right? That would suck. But at the same time, it is super cool. Amazing jumping here with this group, fun. Hey, Catherine, good to see you, glad to have you. How's Orlando? We are getting thunderstorms. Oh, you lucky bastard. We had thunderstorms this morning, but I couldn't appreciate them because I was so busy dealing with everything still. The Wallachui, yes, from the Blue Mage Quest. Yes, the Wallachui are, well, so the thing about the New Worlders is that the groups for the New World are the Wallachui, but there's also, the Mammal Jaw. Oh, come on. There's the Mammal Jaw, there's, you know, probably other Hurrian tribes as well. And, you know, I wouldn't be shocked if there were some Eorzean or other groups as well. That's how you shift it. All this time, I've never actually had the chance to figure out how you're supposed to shift it. Of course, you just touch the blue thing. And I always prefer to touch the blue thing. That's why I'm into row women. I am tired, apparently. Fish liver as fertilizer. Yes, the first Americans learned to use fish liver to plant corn stalk. Oh, there you go. It's really cool as a piece of story, but not something to be enjoyed often. Yeah, that's the thing is that the current, that's the struggle, right? Is designing something that is both mechanically on repeat fun to do and also visually stimulating. And so, you know. Fair enough, yeah. Like, I adore it, but like, oh my God, can you imagine having to do it on repeat? Here in Phoenix, Arizona, we just got enough rain to make the dust stick to our coins. Oh, Arizona. Well, I was listening to something recently and someone was pointing out they were in Arizona and it was so hot that it made the pool that they were in so warm that it was popping the water, like the like inflatable tubes and stuff that they were on. Like Arizona, you play different. I do not, lady, you would hate that kind of heat. However bad you think it is. Although maybe you wouldn't, because I know you also don't like it muggy. like when it's like wet. You like it more when it's like a dry heat. North Texas. Ugh, so many of you guys. So many. Also, I think this is just a sample size bias issue or thing, but I swear to God, I know so many people from Texas who play Final Fantasy XIV, and I don't think it's like a correlation, the correlation and causation and all that jazz, right? But like, it is weird. Dry heat is good, wet heat is awful. That's true. Nobody likes humidity. Next 5 days is over 105. Jesus, demons! Oh, Jesus! Holy fuck. Stay inside, please. This fight's also interesting. So to Rect, I think your point. There's also a frick ton of Final Fantasy XII enemy reuse in Binding Coil, so I think that further supports your theory. This is like an engine turbine. Yeah. And so like as we descend, here's the other thing. As we descend deeper, more of the Binding Coil was survived under certain contexts. It's still fragmented, but yeah. Hey, Destiny, I'm good to see you. Glad to have you. This is why I'm glad I live in the Northeast. Yeah. I live in the Midwest, and while the winters can be a fucking slog sometimes, yeah. Just, oh, I would hate any heat, and I know it because I would feel warm outside when it's only 3C. Lady, you should go to the Midwest then. See, like, these are the fake mimics from Final Fantasy XII. Yes, let us all, even if we must suffer, let us all have empathy and compassion for each other and support each other in our suffering, as Vana would want us to do. I'm Swedish, 30 centigrade is lethal to me. Yeah. What's, okay, so 105, let's, 105 in C. Hey, mister. For some of us, for what, Demins, right? 40C. It is 40C for them right now. A lot younger Texans stay inside and play Final Fantasy XIV Escape Earth 3 Credit Stick. I don't mean to laugh because I know there's some sincerity behind that, but also, oof. It's interesting though because I feel like most Texan people I know are far more likely to go outside than a lot of like Midwestern people, and so that's like the other thing about it that makes it that's interesting. Yeah, the Mirror Knight thing was also an enemy there. Yeah, there's a ton of them all around. There's a lot of FF12 and FF13 models. A lot of FF12 and FF13 models get reused for Allegan stuff, which makes sense. I think it's a smart thing to do, frankly. Turn 5, let's go. Let's get the girl. La 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 da da doody da da killed it. Twintanya. We don't have, yes, okay, Ray, literally, this is one of the, I shit you not, I had the chance to potentially live in London, and one of the big reasons I was like, fuck no, I ain't moving to the UK, was literally the fact that you guys do not have AC as a standard. When I found that out the first time I went there, I was like, and you guys call yourself a modern country. Yeah, there's a ton of FF12, yep. And a ton of FF11 too. Florida has a natural barrier. Yeah, no, Florida's much nicer. So I've spent a lot of time in Orlando, for a bunch of different reasons, and also I've been to Disney World like 8 times in my life, just because invites and really lucked out, and my parents took me as a kid, and so like Florida's not nearly as bad. Florida, as much as that it can be humid and muggy, it's not nearly as bad as a lot of places. This is going rather more smoothly than I expected. It's indeed convenient to have a hero on hand. Gods, that the cavern should open up again, even at this depth. Huh, this resembles a finger. And so it should. This is Bahamut's hand. As with the wings, it seems to be frozen, and for that I count my blessings. But again, I find myself wondering, how is he able to retain physical form? I had assumed that Bahamut's reversion to Aether was the cause of the widespread changes to the realm, but if he's still here, then that theory no longer holds. What was it then that brought about the realm's sudden regeneration? There's still so much we don't know about Cardinal. I haven't the slightest inkling of how deep the caverns run, but we must continue. When I first played Final Fantasy XIV, it felt like a copy-paste, like 70% of FF12 without the Gambit system. What's this speaking Celsius? Of course that got you to come over, Cal. I mean, a lot of our viewers are from Europe, so... which we are very lucky to have. Guys, Jesus! For a second I thought you were NPCs, like I thought you were like trust NPCs standing there. My brain didn't process like, oh yes, I have friends. I wish I wasn't so hot here. I mean, to be fair, Cal, it could be a lot frickin' worse. You haven't lived a lot of warmer places. I don't use moon degrees. Retroactively, a good amount of FF12 models were reused for FF11, so come full circle. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing too, is about Final Fantasy games as general is that they've always reused ideas and stuff too. So like the reusing of assets and design. So the reusing of assets too makes total sense. And 14 being a celebration of all the Final Fantasies prior, it you know, it just makes sense. Well, guys, that was real tough. Currently 13C. Good night. We'll watch VODs. Okay, Rex, thanks for joining in. Got to experience AC one time in Spain. I'll never knew heaven ever since. Lady, imagine every building having that. Like all of them. Yes, it's this one. Yeah. Yes, friends, complete with bad joke and everything. My people were not built for text and weather. My people were not built for text and weather. I would much be happier in the upper Midwest, even though that would be 100% bitch about the cold. Yeah. If you've never lived a Midwestern winter, you might be like, oh, the first day's not so bad. Oh, the second day's not bad. Okay, you know, the first week a little, but it's fine. But once you're on month 4 of winter, and I said month 4 of winter, that's when you start to get a little bit, start to go a little mad. We have central air here. Nice, Aaron. Hey, Rory, good to see you. Glad to have you. We have district heating. Why not district AC? Yeah, that is wild. What is the justification for that? Oh no, I can't imagine something so unreal for my silly euphorian brain. Oh, dude, also like this animation we're about to get is like, they went hard. They went hard. Oh, actually, I don't know if you actually, oh, interesting. But they went hard on the animations here. Wait, you really mean month 6, Elio? Let's be real. I do, D, but I didn't want to frighten them too much away from the Midwest. You are absolutely correct. I was going to say 6, and I held back. This contraption, is it used to control the saturation of Aether? Only one way to find out. Nothing like going trick-or-treating as a kid and having to wear a coat because of their forecasting snow. Mood, jelly, bean. The dragon you vanquished earlier. Doubtless you noticed the particular contraption about its neck. Yeah, so Twin Tanya had a neural link around its neck. It was a receptor of some description, used to enslave the creature. And if you're wondering where you've seen that before, you also might have seen it in the Dragon Song Ultimate. Ancient Allag possessed the means to control dragons. It would seem that the Ishgardians would kill for this knowledge. And though, to be sure, it could as easily be brought to bear against them. An army of dragons could turn the tide of any battle, as the Garleans once learned to their sorrow. I would not be the least bit surprised if they now sought to exploit this power. That's like also important to understand about, there's a lot of reasons that Alfino and Alice hid the information discovered in the Binding Coil and never talk about it, because a lot of it, if it got into the wrong hands, would be a major problem. Whatever their plans, this serves as another reminder of the might of Allagans. One cannot help but wonder how so advanced a civilization came to fall. Do you? Well, oh, right. I mean, Crystal Tower hasn't happened. Well, but you still think she'd be learned enough to know that. Oh my God, Cal, are you cooking food? I haven't eaten yet. Cal, Cal is my roommate, so now I'm very, very hungry. Fuck. Okay, look how hard these animations go. Are you cooking? Because I'm so freaking hungry. I did eat. Initiate systems. All systems online. I wish I had more nodes to voice. We'll get to voice them later, especially like in Azazla and stuff. But like, look at these camera moves. You don't get camera moves like these very often in 14. Gods be good. This is Bahamut's head. So these are the binding coils. That's what those things are. Hey, Everlark, good to see you, glad to have you. Are we going to sync the raids? We synced some of them. We synced some of the first ones, but no, from here on out, we're definitely doing unsynced. We're not fucking syncing Nail. And on top of it, but if there is 7 people who want to do them synced with me, I can arrange time where we can do them, and we will go ahead and do them maybe on Twitch. We'll stream that on Twitch and just have fun with it. Oh my god, oh, Issa! Necro, nom 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 nomicon! Nom 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 nom. And that a normal crystal, it pulsates as if it were a heart, a literal heart of darkness. Then the primal that had awakened was Bahamut all this time? I mean, it's literally an astral heart, as well as like elementally lined probably with darkness, ergo it's literally a heart of darkness. No, no, no! This cannot be true. This would mean that grandfather died for naught. Confound it, if we do not know enough to strike at it now, we must withdraw. So you'll notice that, oh sorry, there's 5 coils that we know about, not 4. I misspoke, because there's this coil, the other 3 coils you see in here, and then a 5th that landed far out to sea, probably. Who is that? No, it can't be. So you can see 1, 2, 3, the 3rd's back there, and then we're standing on one right here. Grandfather, is it truly you? Bitch, it might be. Darkness. The darkness. 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 The darkness. Uh-huh. Sora. The darkness. No. Don't leave me again. Please. Grandfather! I know. We can do no more for now. We usually have 1 week of winter and 6 months of summer here. Damn, Tethys. Damn. I wish, if it was perpetually spring or fall, I'd be a much happier person. Okay, before we do this, I originally thought Tanya was actually a pair of twins, both called Tanya. Ray, I don't even know if you're joking. Ah, yes, the orange construction barrel, my state's flower. New Jersey? That's what I assume then. Everlark, Professor Everlark, are you crazy? It's your boy. Cal, now that your Sugar John has funded your sustenance. Yikes, just his dragon head and neck were left over. Yes, and so the binding coils are keeping him alive. They're forcibly keeping him sustained, and they were keeping him sustained in Dalamud as well. So this, you can see that this is one of the coils. And the foundation of this ends up becoming relevant to something in Endwalker. I would die and die again synced. I think I tried that once. I was like, haha, nope. I mean, to be fair, I could probably raid call for it. So even for those people who are, as long as you're a baseline level of okay at playing the game, I can teach you the mechanics. So super chat to make Elio say, weird shit, now with extra funny voices. My milkshake brings all the mods to the yard. Or also I could do that in normal. Mine milkshake brings all the mods to the yard. Tethys! Wait! I thought it was one of the... I thought it was one of the viewers! Professor, I thought Elliot was going to play everything in this replay, but it's perfectly understandable. If my schedule wasn't hectic this weekend, I'd take his offer to do one. Yeah, Everlark, just keep that up. You know, like, we can talk about it in Discord. We can get that going. Yes, I bring, my Chocobo brings all the mods to the yard. Everlark, I absolutely do. We're just doing this for story right now. Yeah, we're just doing story because we want to get through it in one day. I don't want this to last on and on and on. And no, Illinois. Oh, of course, road construction. Oh, Jellybean, I should have known. I should have known. We are viewers, Elio! Fair point, Issa. Fair point. I also do love that more than almost anyone, my mods are the ones who are like, must make sure Elio eats and sleeps. Actually, you know what? I don't have any B-roll of this. Let's get some, you guys are seeing, let's get some B-roll of here. Let's, video app. Let's do, well, I want it big in frame, but I also want, yeah, I like that. Let's do that. Okay. Setting a timer for 60 seconds. I've completed some of the current, oh, I have to make sure I'm, there we go. I've completed some of the current Savage raids, so yeah, I suppose I can join for synced. No! And lo the reply, and lo thy reply, 'tis better than thine. Verily, 'tis better than thine. If they watching, they viewers. It's a fair, I mean, you're not wrong, Aurora. Perhaps the real binding coil was the friends we made along the way. I still need to get art of someone. I need to hire an artist to get, like, in, like, Eorzean font and, like, really well, like, drawn, like, a flowing thing that says the real friends, the real trial was the friends we made along the way from when we did Ratatan. Lower. Nail. There's a bird. It was pretty. Kill it. iDragon wireless charging. Not bad, yeah. Okay, let's, okay. I might need a shot of Bahamut for the future, so let's get a straight on shot. Yeah, I mean, I already did the frickin', synopsis video, so it's not like I probably will ever need to use this again, but just in case, I like having it for our what's it called? No, that comp's not good. Centered. Okay, is the problem the depth of field? Or not the depth of field, the, yeah, because I want his full horns in frame. So let's... There's a slight cant because just the thing is slightly canted. Let's go in a little bit more. So for all of you, like, remember, every time you see a shot for whenever you see me do a shot for like the video, for the videos, I have to do things like this. Dragon Tales. Oh, Team 4-star, you'll need it when you make Dragon Tales. Thanks, lady. Perhaps the real binding coil, if they're watching the views. Okay, no, I got caught up. By the way, work goes well. I did line art on a few more emotes. Yes! Yes! We have emotes coming, guys. We've got real emotes. We already have one of Tome Fix, which I adore. Oh, speaking of, I need to add that emote of Tome Fix to, I need to add that emote of Tome Fix to the YouTube, so people can use it on YouTube. Here, we already have one from that angle. What about side angle? No, because of the composition of the binding coils you want. Yeah, and this means that if I want to push in from one shot to another, here, let's do, I don't like the depth of field as much. Here, what we can do is focus more on the internment Hulk. There we go. So that's slightly out of focus. So that at least gives a sense of the Allegan. Oh, Demins! Need a dog mount inspired by Bahamut. Bahamut! Oh my god, that'd be really funny. I can even imagine the form factor too, if you like removed his wings and like, that'd be really funny. Okay, 5. 4, 3, 2, 1. Thanks for humoring me, guys. It's just that you can't get back here with ease, so. So traveling through the ethereal, basically energies is why we end up because there's ley lines beneath the world that are connecting each other. They're ethereal lines. They get on this with Cartnow and stuff elsewhere. And so what you realize is all of this is centered below Cartnow, and therefore the regions around it are where it's like to spit you out. But this looks like... Hey, Kiralia! Good to see you. Glad to have you. How did we come to be in Northern Thanalin of all places? Oh, but such details matter little. Do they? I think they matter quite a lot. Grandfather's alive, Elio. Bahamut did not defeat him. But why won't he return to us? I don't understand. The expedition has yielded more questions than answers. At any rate, why we wouldn't both be better for a rest. Let us return to the Waking Sands and reflect upon what we have seen. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Thank you, Elio. Without you, none of this would have been possible. And so the crush from the 16-year-old girl to the something-something-year-old warrior of light begins. The idea hit me like a semi-truck. Yeah, to make sure Elio read it. Worth the $3. Well, Demins, I will make sure that your $3 are put to good use. In fact, if anything, I will put them towards the pupper mount if I have enough surplus to be able to afford that. I don't necessarily want to go ahead and buy the new pupper mount if you know, in lieu of paying for things for the channel. It's just not as big of a priority. But that said, if we have a surplus, which is not asking for money, it's just saying if there is enough, I will get them. Pray, Prowl, return to the Waking Sands. Or here, this one's for Ray Ray. Pray, return to the Waking Sands. That's for you, Ray Ray. Yeah, the joys of playing for content. Yeah, right, Professor? Right. Wait, that was Alice. I forgot they used to match. Yes, that was Alice. Binding Coils is when Alice first really comes into the story. And as I joked about in my synopses video, but none of that really matters because you didn't play Binding Coils anyways, even though you meet her for the first time effectively in 3.3. Yes, you technically meet her in 2.0. Not really. Yeah, but like not 3.3. 3.4? Is it 3.3 or 3.4? Because I know 3.3 is still Dragon Song, but it's not until 3.4, right? And lo, the seeds of problematic fanfic were sown. Yeah, I mean, to be in their defense, like different cultural norms and like, and legalization. Also, it's more of a crush than it is like a obsessed romantic relationship or anything. That said, your point was on fanfic and fans. However, if there's one thing we know, it's they're gonna be problematic no matter what. So there's no avoiding that. Aw, I'm glad you enjoyed, Ray Ray. I made the cute financial mistake of buying the pupper mount. Oh, Brooke. Oh, Brooke. Well, at least it will be very cute. It threw me off so much I had no clue that was Alice. And And I continue to deny and pretend that her crush is completely platonic. Look, there's many different characters who you can actively argue have a crush on the Warrior of Light. Like, even depending on your dialogue options, Yugiri when, like, we all know how she has lusty eyes for Hien, so. I personally just took it as Alice thinking you as the better Alphino, since she still loves him anyways. Yeah, I mean, here's what I think is a really remarkable thing about the way that they contextualize what could be really easily read as crushes, is that you can read them as admiration. There's a lot of leeway to do so, you know, with characters, for instance, like Grahatia. Whether or not you read that as, you know, a crush, as romantic, as a, you know, admiration, as friendship, like, there's enough wiggle room to do it however you want. There are several characters who can't tell the twins apart. Ray, I think I know what you're referencing in specifics. And for those of you who have not finished Shadowbringers patch content, you should really go play the Shadowbringers patch content. And Cal, yes, I am calling you out. I am pleased to see you again, Elio. I've already shared the fruits of our expedition with Eorzean. Let us together ponder their implications. Full glad am I for thy safe return. Lady Alice hath appraised me of thy many experiences. As thou wilt doubtless be aware, Master Louisoix was my lady's grandsire. Gravely concerned was I for her safety, but 'twould seem I would need not have been so. With all my heart I do thank thee for watching over her. But come, thou must speak with Mistress Alice upon that which transpired within the binding coil. May it serve to bring us closer to the truth of the calamity. Matoya is another one. Oh, right. Best scene is a certain Elzen meeting Alice. I am not Alphino! Shall we begin then, Eorzean? I understand that you have a report of your own to share with us. Verily, my lady. Oh wow, I literally called it. That was... Aye, my lady. Even as thou did emerge from the depths, an etheric disturbance betoken primal activity was observed. In Mordona was it marked first. By comparison of time and magnitude, we have since deduced its origin, the Cottonau Flats. Strange that there have been no reports of primal activity in that region. It could only have been Bahamut. That would certainly explain how he came to be in northern Hydaelyn. Somehow the caverns took us all the way from Vilbrand to the heart of Aldenard. I'll explain geographically what they're talking about. 'Twould seem so, mine lady. It is all but certain then, after Bahamut disappeared 5 years ago, he hid himself deep beneath the Cottonau, and has since lain dormant, regenerating. Aye, my lady. Taken together with thine own account of Bahamut's continued presence, the land's slowness to heal and disorder of the etheric currents do point to one conclusion. Hey, Super Narwhale, it's good to see you, glad to have you. Bahamut stirreth. If left unchecked, the primal shall drink of Eorzea's life force, till he doth awaken to rain up ruin upon the land. I got this. Rest assured, I do not mean to give up Elio. Bahamut may still live, but so too does grandfather. For the past 5 years, he has been keeping vigil over his nemesis, making certain that the primal does not escape. Master Louisoix doth yet live. I durst not hope. And thou art certain 'twas no mere manifestation of thine all too sorely felt grief. I know how desperate this may sound, Eorzean, but I saw him with my own 2 eyes, as did Elio. There's like an aspect of her oratory that's just slightly too heightened in A Realm Reborn compared to where it ends up being in later stuff. But he vanished deep into the labyrinth before he had a chance to speak. 2 more like fragments of Dalamud pierced the earth with the lesser moon fell. One we have seen. If we can but find the other 2, I am certain that we will find grandfather as well. If thou believest, mine lady, then I too shall have faith. If it please you, I shall notify the grand companies of this development. All of Eorzea must stand united if we are to avert a repeat of the calamity. Then that will not be necessary, Eorzean. Being the great conciliator that he is, Alphino will seek to unite Eorzea of his own accord. If rumors are true, that endeavor is already well underway. Knows her brother. So let us leave the diplomacy to the diplomats, while we continue our investigation of Bahamut. I swear to you, no matter what it takes, we will find grandfather and uncover the whole truth of the calamity. Elio, you have heard me swear to do these things, but without your strength I cannot hope to make good on my word. The danger to Eorzea is not past. For the sake of all who abide here, I pray that you will be our sword in the darkness. I never got around to doing this Coils, so seeing AR Red Alphino is odd. Urianger still hangs out here like a brave new Urianger. Is like copium. The Popeye sleeve always confused me. Popeye sleeve. Do you mean like Alice and Alphino's like Popeye sleeve? I mean their whole getup is an interesting choice. Yeah. Talking about part 2? Is that what's up? Another turn of Coil. There we go. A crystal-choked abyss lieth beneath the Cottonelle Flats, the unholy cradle of Elder Primal, and by the hand where truths great and terrible rested, from those once celestial depths. As yet is oft the case, an answer doth breedeth a profusion of questions, and the unknown doth beckon, with irresistible allure. Ne'er have the mysteries of the Red Moon lay so neatly within our grasp. Lady Alice hath sent word of her coming. 'Tis time once more to brave the precipice, and initiate our adventures, leap unflinching into the jagged wound that doth gape beneath the land. Thankfully their mother needed to match them. Yes. She let them become more of their own individuals. However, her mother is now clothed in her own interesting garb. Yeah, the forearm on their IR off, yeah. Mine apologies. I trust I have... Oh, mine apologies. I trust I have not kept you waiting over long. Elio, I am both delighted and reassured to have you at my side once more. I would not waste your time with trivialities. Let us proceed directly to the discussion of that which we have learned and that which we hope to learn anon. Initially, it was evidence of a new primal. Like, can you imagine her, like, current Alisate talking quite like this? Like, that's the thing, is like they don't quite have her voice down. It's a little too Alphino. But by the time of 3.3, they do. Initially, it was evidence of a new primal that led us to delve into the cavern between Castrum Occidens and to explore the subterranean scars left after the fall of Dalamud. As you will recall, what we found was a vast, largely intact fragment of the fallen satellite, and within the depths of that structure, we discovered not the new primal we had expected, but the broken form of Bahamut. Yet, even this great revelation would soon be overshadowed by the appearance of my own dear grandfather. Yeah, it's been so long since I've done that content, I had forgotten. I have since shared our sundry findings with Rambros, preeminent scholar of the Sons of St. Koinak, and he, in turn, did kindly furnish me with his theories concerning the Elder Primal's Algan prison. 'Twould seem that Dalamud was constructed to gather onto itself the rays of the sun, and thence channel this radiant bounty onto the Crystal Tower. So I guess he didn't even know necessarily the purpose of it, so, you know, if Urianger doesn't, it's definitely not wide Charlian knowledge. It's definitely only, like, the Sons of St. Koinak are the ones to, like, know. The ancients saw great potential in Bahamut's capacity to manipulate energies, or of otherwise unmanageable magnitude. 'Twas for this reason that they did bind him within the Red Moon and serve as a living core. Do you remember the sight that greeted us at the culmination of our journey? The colossal devices that surrounded and seemed to cradle the incomplete form of the Elder Primal. From the information provided us by the Sons of St. Koinak, we have learned that these contraptions... See, okay, oh, Rect, you're not here. Well, once Rect, if you're watching for VOD, this is what I was trying to explain earlier. From the information provided us by the Sons of St. Koinak, we have learned that these contraptions were turned internment hulks that each bore the designation Ragnarok class. That is to answer your question as to why Ragnarok pops up. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Tethys. The purpose of these hulks is, I believe, twofold. First, they are meant to act as binding coils, rendering Bahamut incapable of escaping. By the way, someone was talking about why they're called coils. I believe it is because, or why they're called turns. It's because a turn of the coil is descending further down the coil, and so I think it's a turn because you're taking a turn down, further down and down and down deeper into the heart of darkness. Amelian's picking matching outfits for here. I'll get to that after I read. And second, they are meant to feed him. Perversely, the selfsame energy which prevents him from moving also serves to sustain his corporeal manifestation. Bahamut's permitted neither to die nor to truly live. He merely is allowed to be. For a century upon century was the Elder Primal thus imprisoned, bound in the fetters so subtle in their working, and yet so adamant, that though his cell be destroyed, Bahamut lieth yet at the mercy of his long-departed captors. It has long been held that the Primals require the prayer of their faithful followers to exist, yet none alive worship Bahamut. Could it be, then, that the Allagans found a way to simulate the prayer itself? It seems the only logical explanation. I would postulate, therefore, that the regenerative mechanism in question also supplies something akin to the power of prayer. Consequently, if all of the internment hulks were to be rendered inactive, Bahamut should dissolve into aether. Upon the evidence of thy previous foray, we determined that the Elder Primal is sustained by 3 binding coils. Thus did we commence to scour the realm and found in the 12's wood an as of yet unexplored fragment of the Lesser Moon, bearing the most familiar etheric signature. And after conducting a preliminary investigation, we believe we have discovered a point from which the North Shroud fragment and the second of the internment hulks can be entered. As Eorzean's sword in the darkness, I would have you once more lead the charge. I will, of course, be there at your side. Once you have made your preparations, head to the fall ground float and make yourself known to my assistant, Serpentine Lieutenant Anael. The fallen fragment is not far from the settlement, and her position provides a convenient rendezvous point. I will break these Allagan fetters, for they bind my grandfather as surely as they bind Bahamut. Oh my god, let's catch up. Amelian's picking matching outfits for the twin adventure in Eorzea where they would then likely suffer massive PTSD. Hey, Cal. She's not impatient and sassy enough. Cal, would you happen to want to, like, grab me food from somewhere? Because I'm dying, and Issa gave me money for food. I still remember how Alice asked Alfino would be wearing the same outfit, and Endwalker, and just burst out laughing, hope he wouldn't come out in booty shorts. I am a twin. I have a brother, but they dress alike. Dressing alike stopped around 8 years old. To be fair, oh, this is Didi. That's really interesting. So actually, Didi, does that make has that made Alfino and Alice more resonant for you? Has that given you like a special connection to them in the narrative? I almost fell off my chair when I got back to do coils and heard her Mary Poppins voice. Yes. Grandfather. Yeah, they both got a lot of personality later in the game. It's very nice. Yep. Heaven's Word did amazing things for appreciation of Alpha. Yeah, Heaven's Word does. Yeah. If you enjoyed the stream, thank you, Ray Ray. There we go. Finally here. Power. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Hope things are still going well. Think of turns of the coils like a corkscrew. Oh wow, Aaron, you literally. I don't know if you're responding to me saying that, or if we just had the same idea at the same time. But yes, exactly. Akin to the power of prayer. Oh dear, Alice. Yeah. What is crazy is that Alice thanks you in 3.3 or so for helping her with Bahamut, even if you didn't finish the coils. Does she if you didn't finish the coils? I know that she like obliquely references it if you have, but I don't. Does she do it even if you haven't? Oh no, eat please. I will. There's no food in the house right now. There's literally no food in the house. Yep, Alfie's bossiness helped reminds me of my bro. Perfect, D. That's awesome. I read your mind, Elio. Nice. Good job, Aaron. It doesn't help that you are tired already, so please get something to eat when you can. I promise, I will. Oh, hi. Hey, guys. Who wants to see the good boy? If you want to see the good boy, say so in chat. She does, but she will say how she regrets you not finishing it. Oh, interesting. Even if you don't start it? Interesting. Oh, Everlark. Actually, she makes a comment about the two of you left things unfinished. Okay, interesting. Puppo time? Okay. Hey, oh, you wagging? You want to come up? Oh. Good boy. You want to wave? No? Wave to everybody? You want down? Or are you just hanging out? You're looking pretty good. You go down? Yeah, go down. Good job, buddy. Here, let's give you a check. Okay. So good boy ate like a dozen green beans earlier, so... older sister, my little sister, and I did have the same going out clothes in the colors kit. Nice! I gotta scroll back up to see what Cal said earlier. So I'm technically still on the clock, but I could go grab you something. DM me if you want. Yes. Here, I'm gonna DM Cal real quick. Let's check back up. Oh, I got a message from fellow content creator. That's always nice. I'm gonna have to pop off for a bit. Time to call my wife. Oh, see you, Issa. Hey, does anyone want to join in? We now have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we have one slot open if anyone would like to join. Best boy, indeed. I'm glad you all love him so much. I love him very, very much. He's very cuddly. I'll post some more pictures of him cuddling me. And like important to note, like, you know, like how some people are like, oh, my dog loves to cuddle, and they're like forcing. He comes to you and he like cuddles with you. He loves cuddling. Rory just watching Unending Journey Coils. Yeah. Oh no, Cal sounds like a disaster recipe. Yeah. Alfino went from character I hated to I will die for this precious child. And isn't that good writing? Isn't that fucking good writing? Isn't it freaking good writing to the arc of Fordola, for instance, right? And not also having a binary that redemption means like, redemption is not a thing, a mathematic equation. It's a process, and maybe you aren't ever redeemed, but the doing of the thing is what's valuable, and that's how you change. I just got left at the tree. I can go. Okay, yeah, Rory, if you want to come, just come to me here. And Deadpool is scavenging. Yeah, he's Deadpool's just wandering about looking for scavenging in the background. You have a cute. Thanks, Everlark. He is a very cute boy. Tillier. Yeah, no. Best boy with possibly the stinkiest dude. Nice. Same with my cat, Amelia. If she sees you, she just wants to be all over you, cuddling and purring. Perfect therapy cat. Aw. I'm gonna regret feeding him those. I'll be honest, when I started stream today, I was not expecting the amount of conversations that would have around my dog's farts. But, hey, what is life? Such is life of Gabby. Or, well, such is life of streamer. Okay. Eliu for Sharon, I assume. I've been expecting you. My name is Anel. I have been accorded the rank of lieutenant within the Order of the Twin Adder, that I may better assist Lady Alice with her endeavors here in the 12th One. They have so many servants. Such authority has been allowed me to act without interference from the local soldiery, and to conduct a preliminary investigation of the Alder Springs. Deadpool, what are you doing? Lay down. Alder Springs fragment. From what we have seen of the exterior, the structure shares many common features with one you've explored in Lenosia, and likely plays host to similar complement of guardians. But I fear words alone will do little to prepare you for what lies ahead. Pray, seek out my comrade in the south and west. He is charged with observing all that occurs in the vicinity of the fragment, and will be well placed to show you the thing if nothing less. 'Tis an inevitable struggle of every pet owner. We are just feeling that pain. Yep. And of course I forgot that she was going to the county fair tonight with her classmates. Well, I'll continue to grind trust till you finish up. Sounds good, Issa. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Also, if you've never taken a second to like just sit and look at stuff in the North Shroud in the like far west, like just look at like the beautiful like shards of Dalamud, like and stuff. Actually, I want to look at the angle of this real quick. So I've always been okay, because is it wider or was it just an outer plating? Okay, so this is like an example of one of the outer platings. So to go back to the real quick, like what you're seeing there with the North Shroud. So we were talking about this prior, explaining these. But notice the pattern on the exterior and how many of these broke apart. and were fired out into the world, right? You'll notice that that is the same as this. Has the same characteristics. So this was like one of those shielding parts on the exterior that would have landed far out. And notice that that exterior part has the gap in it from which we enter in to travel deeper below ground. So even those have ways to have intricacies that lead to and from and around them. Let's pull chat back up. You can almost see West Shroud. Yeah. So North Shroud, West Shroud. Yes. So like, for instance, if you look this, you can see if you're standing over by Amdapor, the Lost City, you can see all of this over here. You can also see some of this as well. You know what? Let's go. We got a second. Let's go ahead and look. Let's just go look at it real quick. Or sorry, South Shroud, not West Shroud. But sorry. I was referring to South Shroud. You're referring to 1.0's West Shroud. Yes, my bad. Which also was kind of what I was referencing as well. But so like, see, you can see this here, which is all over in like with the West Shroud. I should go get a cold shower because weather is mad and I'm dying, and I'll come back hopefully before the stream ends. But have fun. Sounds good, lady. I hope you have a good time. Why do I keep doing? What's happening is my brain is thinking, oh, someone's leaving. I want to make sure that oh, I have you a good time. But if you say I'm going bathing, you'd think I'd change my mind. Like I'd be more mindful of my words. They're filthy rich with inherited money. Of course, they've got tons of servants. Yes. Yes. No, let me put it this way. I'm not exasperated because I don't understand the lore and the factuality of it. More just like, Jesus Christ, they have enough that they're infiltrating the grand companies. Alfie has issues with buying a sword later because he doesn't realize he's getting ripped off. Yeah, that stuff's really funny, and I love how that it continues to be a major theme. Also, fun fact that not being good with money is something that he shares in common with Estinian. Oh, no. Abandon. Oh, let me... Elio, do you have a drink or do you need one? Oh, literally you just asked me. I literally just messaged Cal asking, hey, could you grab me a drink? I should have just looked at chat. Bit of a mess over there. Yes, just a bit of a mess. Angie, good to see you. Glad to have you. When I first saw the shard, I was like, oh my fucking God, aliens! You know, to be fair, if you don't, you know, what's is it Asimov? I think it's Asimov. I'm sure like one of you, and I have a suspicion it's Power who will do it. Will correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, any magic sufficiently advanced seems, or any technology sufficiently advanced seems to be magic. Now, I guess this isn't technically the case because, you know, Allagans are technological, not just magical. Well, etherochemical and anyways, point being, I totally understand how you could see this and go aliens. Like, I totally feel that. Not again! You had a hell of a week, my guy. It happens. Look, as long as it's giving someone some entertainment, it's worth it. That was Clark, by the way. Oh! Awesome! Oh, yeah, Arthur C. Clarke. Okay, yeah, it was Clark, not Asimov. I always, like, I always... I know a bunch of science fiction quotes, but one of the times that I'm really bad about misattribution is with science fiction quotes. Specifically, science fiction authors' quotes, especially those ranging from the, like, late 50s to... I guess what effectively would be the mid-90s. I mean, especially, like, the heyday of, like, you know, late 60s to, like, 80s. Wrong set of 3 laws. It happens. Kennedy Yankee in King Arthur's Court. Is that the origin of it? I totally had forgotten. I'm so glad to have you guys. When I don't know, I get to learn. And I have people to teach me. And that is exciting. Hi, what business brings you to this broken land? Unless you fancy being ground into a bloody pulp under the granite fists of a wandering golem, I sexed you bugger all... I'm the Warrior of Light, motherfucker. Oh, my apologies, sir. Lady Alice did send word of your impending arrival, but 'twould seem I've grown rather too accustomed to shooting away curious sellswords and reckless explorers. Behold, if you will, one of the fallen shards of the Red Moon, Bahamut. Our initial survey uncovered no evidence of the Empire's presence, which, while fortunate in itself, meant that the approach to the fragment had yet to be cleared. After much effort, however, we succeeded in carving out a semblance of path, which should grant you access to the entrance, and that, I'm afraid, is where our progress ended. The interior? Well, assuming that the architecture of this hulk resembles the first, the master controls you seek will be located in the bottommost layer, past all the ingenious and deadly defenses of which the ancient Allagans seem so indecently fond. If you would know more, I'm afraid there's nothing for it but to brave the depths of the fragment yourself. Lady Alice will soon be arriving at the fall ground. Pray, do not tarry on your way back to the lieutenant's post. I imagine our young mistress will be most eager to commence the expedition. The road ahead promises peril aplenty, and would humbly suggest that this is not the occasion to stint on preparations or provisions. May the 12 watch over you. I should have known better than mentioning any kind of science fiction and not thinking that Issa was going to go ham. I like the other two laws, yeah. Even though it's not stated explicitly there, it's the main premise of the story. Right. That's a good point, Power. When distinguished, but so two laws. When distinguished but elderly scientist states that something is possible, they are almost certainly right. When they state that something is impossible, they are very probably wrong. I love that. The only way of discovering the limits of the possible is to venture a little way past them into the impossible. I love that too. That's the other thing I really love about... I think the heart of science fiction is so often rooted there are two wolves inside science fiction. One, there's a certain amount of it that is the Carlin, the George Carlin, the inside every cynic is a disappointed idealist, right? I think there's one side to science fiction that is the exploration of that. And then there is the other side that is the optimism and hope of exploration and discovery and newfound wonders and a universe so wide and vast that anything could be. And so I guess maybe an almost more potent way is to say there are two sides to science fiction, and they are both rooted in the idea that the universe is infinitely vast and near anything is possible. One is a response to that in fear, and the other is a response to that in hope. And I would also suggest that in some ways that's why I think there's a lot of spiritual connection between some of the ideas and themes behind a lot of Final Fantasy XIV, especially in Endwalker. Tall elf with the axe too. Foul-mouthed tall elf commands respect. Fear the elf with an axe. Elio's got an axe. Boom, boom, boom. It's not possible. Why not? It's just not possible. Why not, you stupid bastard? Oh man, it's been a while since I thought about that. The third side of science fiction is rich people seeing what the villains are doing and going, that's cool as hell. We should do that for real. Yeah, but so that's like, so the inheritors of what you do, of how science fiction inspires, I think is different than talking about the thematic hearts of those things. Because I would point to, I don't think it's just as simple as evil people. I think it's people who crave power or crave something are inspired by ideas. Now, those ideas can be rooted in something like Neuromancer, which is much more the fearful side in some ways. And that's how but also they can be inspired, and that there can be iconography and things like that. But even bad people can be deeply inspired by optimistic things and hopeful things. So, yeah. It's an interesting conversation, that's for sure. Master Fortunel, I trust the private's explanation was worth the journey. He told me nothing.
Simply securing an approach to the fragment's entrance provided a monumental task. I dare not think what defeating its inner defenses will entail. If there's aught else I might do to aid you. Oh, Lady Ali... Oh, my apologies. Master Alfino, has there been a change of plan? Eorzean informed me of the impending expedition. I merely came to exchange a few words with our fellow scions before he disappeared into the depths of the Coil. Elio, though I would strenuously deny it were she present, my sister's admiration and affection of our grandsire exceeds even mine own. Upon the matter of his legacy, therefore, Alice is wont to go above and beyond the call of duty. It is in our grandfather's absence she has made the salvation of Eorzea her personal crusade. 'Twas that which prompted her to brave the perils of the first Coil. Yet the first that she risks her life in this manner is not the greatest of my concerns. No, it is her subsequent fixation upon my grandfather's shade that worries me most. This quest to rid the world of Bahamut must not become a quest to save a man long dead. My sister must needs have better reason to fight. A time will come when the fate of the realm rests upon our shoulders, and when it does, we must be strong in our resolve and certain of the stakes for which we risk all. There is a wide difference between fighting for the good of Eorzea and fighting for the love of a man who died for the good of Eorzea. Alice must choose her own path. She cannot rely on grandfather to choose it for her, for he is gone. I am glad that it is you with whom she makes this journey. If Alice is to discover a deeper purpose, then where better to find one at the side of Eorzea's greatest champion? 'Twas there that I found mine, after all. But 'tis past time I was gone. Fair fortune in your endeavors, Elio.
Neuromancer is so good, plus give us such a terms of cyberspace and checking in. Yeah, a lot more besides. But you know, like you can even think onto a science fiction the way in which often it's both, and you can look to Neil Stephenson's Seven Eves, right? Like books like that, and how that is simultaneously such an optimistic and hopeful depiction of humanity's willingness to ability and willingness to survive and to work together, and also such a cynical look at humanity's willingness to clamber over each other. It's the same time in one book and one story.
Lady Alice is due to arrive at any moment. I shall abide in confident expectation of your triumphant return.
Okay, on to the coils. Well, oh wait, no, we technically still have to go to the thing. We're almost there. And Ray thought we wouldn't make it. Oh, no, we do have coils. Okay, cool. Everyone, oh, did we lose someone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We lost someone. Does anyone, oh, we'll head out. Thanks so much for joining. I appreciate it. Sorry it took so long. Does anyone want to join? You do not have to be our tank. Well, okay, you could also be a healer, because Logan's covering. Yeah, Atelier, no worries. No worries at all. Thank you so much for joining in. I appreciate it. I appreciate your time, and like it was very kind of you guys to be willing to wait around like this for me. Canadian drug scene kids and the slang they used in the 70s. Yeah. Can't remember which cyberpunk book it is, maybe Snow Crash, but the author said his inspiration for a lot of common cyberpunk lingo nowadays was inspired from his days hanging out with Canadian drug. Probably not Snow Crash. I would think that that's a little bit too late. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll wait 1 second in case anyone wants to join. Yeah, I was about to say, that sounds way more like Gibson than it does, I'm forgetting his name. Yeah, it was Neil Stephenson. Okay, it was Neil Stephenson who did Snow Crash. By the way, if you haven't read Neil Stephenson's work, he is not in a literal one-to-one sense, but in a lot of ways, I would say like the modern Gibson, the modern Clarke, the modern, you know, like he is like one of the, if not the preeminent name in science fiction, especially like harder science fiction in recent days. Okay, well, I guess we're doing this. Let us begin. Yes. Let us begin. I joined, but frontline match is essentially going to be into overtime. Lol. No worries, Brooke. If you want to join in for the later stuff, we can too. Stevenson. I bet Stevenson's like 50. But he's in his 50s. Dalamud's shadow. Oh, you know what? Neil Stevenson, 1960. No, he's 62. So Neil Stevenson also could have been grown up in that same time. I like my sci-fi like I like my... I like my sci-fi like I like my Tamtara Deepcroft. Hard. I love Snow Crash, some of the others less so. Yeah, I really like Snow Crash. I really like Seven Eves. Really, really big fan of Seven Eves. There's a couple of the other ones that are not as much of my favorite. Zodiac is great, yep. Thing is, there are multiple sides in all societies. Most cyberpunk focuses on what we would consider in our time to be street people, yeah. How strange. How could we not see all this before? I suppose it's only to be expected that corrupted crystal. I didn't even know it showed you guys behind me in these cutscenes because I've never done recorded these cutscenes not solo. Should accompany a disturbance of this magnitude. After all, the fragment likely pierced the ground to a depth of many hundreds of yalms. The swirling aether leaking from the wound must have warped the very air, creating a veil that hides these formations from view. What a great rationalization. What do the orange crystals taste like? Orange sherbet. Well, okay, no. If you want the actual answer, probably like depleted uranium. I'm gonna go with that. Well, if it's not as to say we expected this to be a straightforward task, let's tread carefully, shall we, Elio? 'Tis imperative that we win through the depths of the structure and disable the mechanism that powers Bahamut's regeneration. Of course, if we should chance to encounter my grandfather upon the way, I shall not let him go again. Not while there is hope that he may yet still be alive. But mayhap we should put such thoughts from our minds until after we have successfully gained entrance to the place. The opening up ahead appears a suitable point of ingress. It's okay, Elio. I have never had friends to do raids with. Demins, do you want to do the raids together? Like especially like by the way, guys, go ham. Don't worry about we're not being cool. We're getting through. If you want a hand, and I would love to do some of the raids. Now, if you're saying you haven't done like Savage raids and stuff, I can also do some of those with you as well. I most of them I'm able to do. I haven't done all, or at least mastered all of Eden, Savage. But yeah, if people want to do more raiding as like a community night thing or something, please ask. Butterscotch. Oh, but I love butterscotch. I don't want to die. If these were butterscotch, I'd just keep licking them all the time. Also, butterscotch more like creamy yellow or tan than it is like orange. Elio, that makes one of our ideas seem even better. It tastes like death. Yes, orange crystals taste like death. No, I mean, like, think about it. If they're astrally aligned and basically how corrupted crystals function is basically like, it's not literally, but basically like radioactivity. I mean, if it depleted uranium, makes sense. So you're saying licking them would give me a super... Yes, Elvin, that's definitely what I'm saying. Let's kick his ass! All right, should we go join Actress? Awesome, Brooke, it'll be good to have you. I bet depleted uranium tastes like umami? Why umami? Nah, I'm fine, I just saw an opportunity to sell self-deprecating humor. No worries, Demins. Here's the thing. No, guys, in general, if you're using self-deprecating humor or say things like that, I will just take it at face value and respond accordingly. So just be aware. The joke is taken well, but just know that I will be like, person needs help? Must offer. I don't know why I went Cookie Monster there for a second. Like, half Cookie Monster. Scar's Edge. Actually, let's see. Is there a good visual site of anything interesting? Not particularly. Ugh, so much effort was put into creating the... I feel like half of the effort of fucking Binding Coils was just put into the team creating the, not skyboxes, but maps. More so than, like, even... the combat. Brooke, let's get you. Do I have you on my friends list already? Or are you actually in the FC? That'd be another way to. Don't think so. Speaking of, we have an FC. If you'd like to come join our FC, you definitely should. We're on Crystal Curl. If you're unable to join our free company on Crystal Curl, you can always join our Crossworld Link Shell that we use to have a great, good old time. Yeah, Brooke, it doesn't look like I have you on my friends list, I don't think. So, environments. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you, Issa. You're good. Thanks, Kiralia. There's no helping Elio. I'm incurably bad at mechanics. I bet you got this, Issa. I bet we could do it. Uranium doesn't have a taste, so I'd like to imagine the crystal would more like crackle like you lick a battery. I like that idea, Deathberry. I definitely like that. That or just like imagine putting pop rocks in your mouth. Deadly, deadly pop rocks. On the other hand, there's the grand list of JRPG cliches. My favorite, no matter how close you are to the end of the world, no one ever lowers their price. I never thought about that power. That is great. Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to be honest. For someone who literally makes their, well, I guess not all of yet, we're getting there. We're getting there bit by bit with the Patreon and Super Chats, but who is tending to make their livelihood through playing through a JRPG. I actually really hate a lot of JRPG tropes, like, with a passion. And a lot of anime tropes with a passion, especially shonen ones. Lollyho indeed. Orange pop rocks. I'm in Link Shell. Good, good, good. Oh, I could have just looked down. Should have just looked down. I actually found control to the Link Shell menu now that I'm actually using it. Nice! Guys, it makes me so happy whenever you guys are using the Link Shell and stuff. It's like, it's lovely to like log on and see people chatting in the Link Shell and FC. Art the winning. We have initiated the winnings, son. Welcome back. Yeah, yet being the key. Yet. Thank you, Ray Ray. Let's hit it. Oh no, whatever will I do with the durability of my pieces? Bum 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 ba-da-da-da-da. Bum ba-da-da-da. Do you like what we do? Considering showing your support and signing up for Patreon at patreon.com. We have some new rewards and stuff there, so you definitely should go check it out. Also, I know many of us have our own financial struggles, so if you need to cancel at any point, know that that is totally okay. Do not feel bad canceling. That said, all funds are deeply, deeply appreciated, and are spent directly on the channel and towards making this whole thing sustainable, which is my ultimate goal. Because I do want to be doing this full time. I do want to be doing content creation and streaming full time. That is what I would like to be doing. And we're getting there. Bit by bit, we're getting there. The YouTube views are getting better, so that also helps. I am reminded of the passage beneath Castrum Occidens. We must have traveled quite some distance below the surface. More of the same tunnels. 12s be good. Surely they cannot continue all the way down from the upper floors. It is difficult to see inside, but I have a terrible feeling those corridors house more of the dreadful guardians you have already faced. It is said that the Alligans excelled in the creation of chimeric beasts, and that the Red Moon teemed with 1,000 fantastical monstrosities, all to prevent the enemies of the ancient empire from releasing the Elder Primal. I wonder, the creature that prowls these halls, could they be beloved children of which Nail spoke? Well, this is yet another mystery to ponder upon our return. Shall we continue onwards? I had gear break on accident before. Can we ever make it? How shall we ever make it when we, Sector 14. Oh, right. 9.467. Yeah, getting close. We're approaching 10K. Nice. By the way, so can relate with disliking anime tropes, partially the reason why I don't usually like watching anime. I am a big fan of those animes that break the mold. The thing is, I think anime can be a insanely wonderful format, and is incredibly important too. But I don't watch anime. Like, I know people who watch anime because they want the tropes, they want the familiar. They don't want something that like is like super challenging or super. They want a thing where they're like, well, I know because this character acts this way. Well, she's the tsundere, he's the this, and like I just want the same idea writ again, slightly differently, and I hate that. I cannot stand that. So, but there are many anime that I adore, and some of my favorite games are JRPGs. So it's super contextual because I don't think it's like, oh, one, I will never say I hate all of anything, period. I just like, I'm never going to dismiss things out of hand. And I try not to dismiss things, period. Oh, no. By the way, Issa, don't feel bad. I'm hopelessly worthless in mechanics. Well, half the time I just go to chase everyone around the minimap. Because I tank, I have to be good at mechanics. Which I know doesn't seem like it on streams, mostly because I'm like distracted all the time. But if I was actually playing for reals, I'd be doing better. Not like, oh, I'm so good, but like, I'm a decent player. Why did I follow you guys? I thought you knew what you were doing. Okay, who here knows where they're going? I really wish I could support so many faith creators, but financial struggles is such a big shame. Yeah, no, and here's the thing. You are, don't forget guys too, when you watch these streams, that promotes the channel. When you watch these streams, I also get AdSense. When you get like, so like, it's not, you guys already do plenty to support, so don't feel like you're not doing anything. The blind leading the blind. I will admit I have a huge soft spot for tsundere characters in my weakness. Like, that's the thing, too, is you can have a soft spot for a thing, for an archetype, or you can also like that. Also, I won't give you any shit if you like watching anime that way. It's perfectly legitimate, and it's perfectly, like, that's, I don't mean to say that behavior needs to be dismissed, only that I have a distaste for it. Are we gonna get him? I think this is one of the first trials, or first raids, that my static took a little bit to do. Like, I think we took a full night to get through it. Honestly, we had a lot more trouble with Alexander than anything else. Like, we were like, Omega, I bet you, like, Alexander was, for some reason, just the worst. I really enjoyed a few titles, but the setting has to be incredibly unique and fun to learn about, so the atmosphere of the show and the story, I'm picky pumpkin, which is a big shame. Yeah, I'm really interested to see, yeah, I'm kind of a picky pumpkin too. I'm really interested to see, or sorry, not interested. I'm really excited to play Nier on stream with some of you guys, and to for those of you who haven't experienced it, get to see your experience of it and how you feel about it, and also to re-experience it now being at such a different place in my life than when it came out. Ancient Magus Bride. I don't think I've watched that. Same. That was the first one we struggled with. Yeah. Well, because it's once these mechanics start getting intricate, like, because other than Twintania blowing you around, there's really not, like, I know Twintania is like lauded as being a nightmare, but like, it's not. Some of the elevation fix they added to also helped with that. So like, Twintania wasn't our first wall. Oh, it's nail time. It's nail time. Nail. Did I miss a cutscene? I definitely missed a cutscene. Did I just not read it and let it play or something? Because we definitely didn't meet. I definitely missed the meeting of Nail. There was supposed to be a cutscene where we see the ghost of Nail. Gurren Lagann. Yeah, Gurren Lagann's good. I feel bad for Gurren Lagann, the amount of things that have copied it since. Ancient Magus Bride is amazing. Second favorite right now after Clan, the after story.
That surely cannot be Dalamud. How? Where are we? The final... Actually, you know what? This is a good time.
The final resting place of Nell Van Damme. This is a grave for the undeserving. And for the crime of trespassing upon my god's sanctuary, this place shall serve as your grave and tomb. No! In the hour of his failure, Nell Van Darnus felt the currents of Aether begin to bear away his essence. But before Oblivion could claim the last of them, the divine will reached out, and I was born.
Yeah, in the English localization, they try to contextualize a little bit because they never explained in English that Nail was had taken over for her brother. They've kind of retroactively just done away with trying to recontextualize it and just let it be what it is. But in English, they make it a little weird. Careful with Endwalker spoilers, guys. But yes, I can explain the sex change thing. Oh, the other TFC on Curl is a debauchery tea party. Oh yeah, Nier would be so cool to watch. Good. Okay, to be fair about saying Endwalker is Gurren Lagann at the end, Gurren Lagann took that from other things as well. That has been a long-running thing. Believe in the me that believes in you. Is this where I explain the section? Yeah, Endwalker, yeah, this is actually Nail's sister, but because they got her gender wrong in 1.0. Yeah, so they got her gender wrong in 1.0, and in order to like try and make it work with the lore in because in Japanese you don't specify pronouns in the same way that you do in English. So about that, so I'll explain that in a second. Yeah. So when they got to 2.0, they were like, okay, how are we going to deal with this? Because no one's going to know what the fuck we're talking about. And if we start referring to as her, everyone who played English is going to be like, wait, what? And instead of explaining it, I feel like which would have been much simpler of just like explaining it here and now. They kind of go with this instead idea that she was drawn, that she is a byproduct of Nail's representation of themselves mixed with the Aether of Bahamut as a secondary entity, something different onto itself. But effectively, all you need to know is Nail's Nail. The helmet sounded like it weighed 300 pounds. I mean, it might. Also, your food is incoming. Oh my god, I'm so hungry! Though she's been impersonating for years. Yeah, it's as far as we know, he's been dead for a long time. I thought there was some A30 fuckery that made them a woman for some reason. So yeah, you can be forgiven for thinking that because that's basically kind of how they explain and justify it within the lore for the English. To be fair, the Japanese also kind of just goes ahead and uses the English rationalization as well. I checked the kanji and I checked the lines, and most of them are identical. There isn't that much of a derivation. There is some, but it's not that much. But so effectively, you can just, even though her language is ambiguous and kind of implies more towards Aether, like trying to explain it as Aether fuckery, you can just go with the historical factuality. I cannot say that on stream, Isa. はい、日本語が話す。でもちょっとだけ。あと僕の日本語はちょっと下手です。Oh, duty commenced. Well, I guess no cutscene for us. Hey, for anyone who's watching this who wanted to watch what the story for Binding Coils was and you missed out on it, feel free to go check out our synopsis. It's a 20-minute long synopsis that goes over all the contextual history of 1.0 as well as the events of Binding Coil. It'd be a great watch. And if you're like, oh, 20 minutes, I don't want to watch all that. And also, I'd prefer to laugh. We have a 5-minute version that is full of jokes. Nerd! Yes, I am. Ai. So desu. I read a lot more than I can speak. And part of that is because I haven't had a lot of course to use my speaking skills, very much in the past couple of years. But I have had a lot of reasons to use a lot of my reading and writing skills, especially reading, for checking things in between English and Japanese for Final Fantasy XIV. I know, that's why I said your DMs. Spread. No, spread. Guys. Okay. The way the mechanic works is you want to put each one of the golems on one of these cardinal points so that they're spread away from each other. You want to make sure all meteors are separate from each other by equidistantly, otherwise people will die. And then you want to make sure that the golems eat the meteors. Uh-oh. I don't know why I just tried to shirk. At last, I've outsped Ray Ray. Jellybean, you don't have to be sorry. Yeah, you're fine. One, you don't have control over that, and two, like, we're gonna clear it. It's just good. Also, it's good to know that this whole situation is never gonna come up again. Uh-huh. Nail, stay down. You could have just done the Samus thing in Metroid 1's instruction manual. They called Samus a he. You didn't find out that Samus was she unless you eat the game. Less than. Well, no, but the problem is there was a localization misunderstanding. And they felt, and when they tried to explain it to some players, it was very confusing because of how it was dealt with. It wasn't so much of a passive thing. And this was like an active character who was a part of things and a historical figure. I need to get going, drive home. Hey, Deathberry! Sorry. I hope you have a good drive. Thanks so much for popping in. It's always good to have you. Never, ever, ever. I literally don't even know which that was a reference to, John. She's about to get swords over revealing light. Poor creature, would that you had never been born. You had surrendered your physical form and collapsed into aether, but Bahamut denied you death and imprisoned what little was left of you in an ethereal shell resembling what, I wonder? Images from your memory, perhaps? Kind of implying that, that's so ambiguous. It could be like, oh, Nail remembering his sister, or Nail always being, her, yeah. But that shell is now broken, and your primal deity seems disinclined to sustain your existence. My primal deity? I kneel to no icon. What need have I to beg the favor of such filth? I am Nail Vandanis, legatus of the 7th Legion. No, a moment. My thoughts are clouded, and this body is not mine own. Could it be that you spoke the truth? Was I ensorcelled by the Lesser Moon, Lesser Moon's ancient prisoner? That will not happen again. You speak as if Bahamut no longer controlled you, but that's impossible. Once a primal's essence ensnares a mind, it cannot be freed. Unless Bahamut simply relinquished his claim. What needs has he of a broken spirit bound for the ethereal realm? It's not quite correct. I mean, a little bit he's relinquished her, but also we know as you die, you're freed from tempering. That's mainly what's going on. Even if a primal relinquished someone, your aether would still be tilted. The aether of your soul would be tilted too much. Jellybean had to bow out. No worries. Jellybean, if you can hear me, thanks for popping in. If you want to pop back in, please feel free to. Oh, that I should fall prey to a very influence I sought to purge from the land. The irony is galling. But do not assume that all of my actions were chosen for me. It was my will that the Meteor Project be resurrected, mine and none other. Yet it seems that my grand designs were destined to fail. Even the ungentle release of death was denied me. Nail, please, you must tell us more of the calamity. I must know the truth of what has befallen the world, and what has become of my grandfather Archon Louis Soir. You are Louis Soir's grandchild. Nah, the Faiths are generous with their cruelty. Continue on if you would have your answers. They await you at terminus of your path. But no, thank you. I know that the path leads only to despair. The light of truth has ever been harsh and unforgiving. Why do you say this? Grandfather will be freed once we put a stop to Bahamut's restoration, will he not? What are you not telling us? Steel yourself, child. Only unbending resolve and merciless strength can conquer what lies ahead. The weak can do naught but weep under the pall of their own misery, as did the frail child I once was. Swords of revealing lights! Okay. Do we go funny voice for Louis Soir, or do we go, serious voice? Silence, chattering raven. Your wretched wings are broken, and you shall soar no more.
My crimson moon, your brilliance sears mine eyes.
Tis but a scratch. I'm sure she's fine. She'll get better. I mean, it's not like we ever see her again. Kira Worshipper. She just has to be angry enough and she will survive this.
I recognize that voice. Elio, but never would he say such words. Come, let us finish what we came to do, and all will be put to right when the final hulk lies dormant. Grandfather will be himself again. I'm sure of it.
Does any of it change for yes, some does. Not this dialogue here, but there is some earlier where you have slightly different options for legacy players. It technically doesn't change much, but it is technically different.
Bahamut regenerates more swiftly than I had anticipated. Let us hope that disabling this coil will serve to slow the process. The display seems different, but the control appears to mimic the mechanisms we found in the Lanosian Hulk. It shouldn't pose a problem.
Oh my god, guys, there's food right next to me, but I'm gonna wait till we get to the voice acting in the later stages. But holy fuck.
Elio, forgive me. The moment I beheld Nell's transformation, hope wilted in my heart. I did not believe you could stand against the manifestation of Bahamut's power. For all your fabled strength and skill, I felt certain that I was going to lose you, just as I lost my grandfather. Even he, a man for whom naught seemed impossible, was humbled before Bahamut's might. And yet look, how far we've come. 'Tis incredible the feats for which we are capable, our boundless potential. 'Tis the capacity for greatness I believe the grandfather so dearly wished to protect. With all that has occurred, I came to understand that much at least.
Is the Warrior of Light name lore accurate? I don't know lore about here. Well, I'm a Eorzean. What do you mean? Which do you mean, Kira? I'm dying, well, I just hate the, yeah. I love how there's always a past civilization. But is it really can you even claim to be a science fiction story at all? And I realize that 14 is more of a fantasy story than science fiction, but can you claim to even have science fiction elements if you don't have a progenitor civilization? Now, to be fair, we have a progenitor civilization and a progenitor race, and so we got multiple stages there.
'Tis done. Shall we make our way back to the surface and gather our thoughts? We have seen much that will benefit from Urianger's learned perspective.
Bitch slap.
Grandfather, it is you then. Why?
Abandon this quest, Alice. I will not countenance further sabotage of the coils.
Sabotage? But we must disable the coils if we are to prevent Bahamut's revival.
Your defiance seals your fate.
No, you're not who I thought you were. My grandfather would never.
Foolish girl. How could the White Raven allow herself to be bested by such sniveling opponents? Listen well. We all exist at the pleasure of one divine will. At the word of Lord Bahamut is absolute. Scurry back into your holes, vermin. You have been granted this one reprieve, but should you be so foolish as to crawl into my lord's domain again, I will crush the life from you myself.
The light in grandfather's eyes. He has suffered the same fate as Nail. Evil Swa. My grandsire is no more. That was naught but a phantom that profanes his noble memory.
Grandpa's cranky, he needs his stickers.
The mockery must be expunged. I will not rest until I free grandfather's soul from Bahamut's tyranny.
Hey, Lydian. Good to see you, glad to have you. Do you hear me, Bahamut? Your time is at an end. Eorzean and my family will be avenged. Is that really him or a false creation? No, that's really him. The aether of Louisoix and the Phoenix was absorbed into Bahamut and brought down with him into Cartnau. And he was weak enough that his soul could be tempered. So no, it is him. We will get more explicit stuff on that coming up.
Truly, it is a wonder to escape the stifling air and return to Northern Thanalin again. It would appear. I must thank you, Elio. Were it not for your bravery, I strongly doubt that I would be standing here now. But you need not tarry on my account. The danger has passed. Pray, go on ahead and appraise Eorzean of all that has occurred. I will join you anon. My thoughts are yet unruly, and I would rest here a while.
I guess Louisoix didn't have the echo. No, Louisoix did not have the echo. I hear people screaming. Hello, Aurora. That fucking sucks, to put it mildly. Yeah, it does fucking suck. Sudden screaming. I mean, there are, there's the worrying kind of sudden screaming, and then there's the fun kind of sudden screaming. Hermit high five. Lady and Cal making a hermit team. Dude, if we ever made a PvP group, we could call ourselves like the tea drinkers or something. Like we actually could have a name. That'd be fun. I like fun. Gonna skip over that for now. Pray return! Or for Ray Ray.
Pray return.
Because it's fun. Wait. I say one thing that you guys can run with dirtily. Dirtily? In a dirty way. That's all it takes for you guys.
Thy triumphant hero doth return. Thine eyes speak of dread tasks, completion. The second coil now lieth dormant. Yet I sense the tidings thou bearest are not altogether glad. Pray, tell me, what ill hath cast the shadow which fallen now across thy brow?
We got Jelly back. Teetotalers. Because it's from you, Elio. I swear, if I let myself, like, be more, like, outwardly raunchy and horny, some of you guys would just go wild. Be a problem. No, I just pray. It was doing monophilia for Ray Ray.
An old foe, an old friend. So 'twas but the ethereal shadow of Master Louis Soir that Lady Alice beheld in unnatural conjuration in the thrall to the Elder Primal. That the fiend should deign to choose him of all men, even in full knowledge of the shade's true nature, I would be hard-pressed to weather such a confrontation. Yet what agonies must the young mistress have endured? Such torment did she ne'er deserve. Mayhap 'twere better if the Lady Alice did absent herself from the future forays onto the coils. I've come too far to surrender to grief, Eorzean. Mine lady, I am resolved to defeat these fiends, and naught shall sway me from my path. Now let us peer more deeply into the well of our discoveries. As you wish, mine lady. By your leave, I would speak first of the coil's late guardian, Nael Van Darnus. Van Darnus was a legatus of the Garlean Empire, who strove to bring about Eorzean's final destruction, only to fall even as the sixth sun did set. If thou hast heard tales of the White Raven, then it is he whom they speak of. Aye, he, I say, for Nael was for certainly no maid.
See, like, this is the thing, is that, like, they try to go with this, but then it also gets really weird. They, like, kind of oscillate back and forth. The answer is don't worry about it, it doesn't matter, particularly.
Noble house of Van Darnus, as we discovered all too late, had long safeguarded the wisdom of ancient Allag. 'Twas thus that the legatus came to learn the true nature of Bahamut and to seek the employ of the Red Moon as a weapon against Eorzea. But the crystal tower and mechanisms required to command the satellite yet lay hidden beneath the ground, compelling Nael to construct a far less subtle mechanism. And in his first faltering attempts to communicate with Bahamut, he did likely rouse the satellite's slumbering prison. Thenceforth did the White Raven's soul belong to Bahamut. He was fortunate indeed to acquire such a powerful thrall by chance. 'Tis little wonder he was so loath to part with him. Why let the simple thing like death deprive one of such a useful pawn? Though we may accuse him of bungling Van Darnus' resurrection, I dare say Bahamut was as content to have a handmaiden as a manservant. I only hope that 2 thralls we encountered were the extent of his flock, yet I cannot help but dwell on Nael's words, those beloved children of whom he spoke. I assume at first that he was referred to the moon's beastly guardian, but should Bahamut have enslaved other mortals, we must needs remove this source of worship. Otherwise, our efforts to disable the coils shall be for naught. Forgive me mine indelicacy, my lady. Thou art wise indeed to speak of expunging primal thralls, but can thou truly pursue a course which could cost thee thine own grandsire? My heart and mine are one matter. Grandfather's salvation can be won, but my single method, the destruction of Bahamut, and aught that might serve to sustain him. Elio, while Eorzean and I endeavor to ascertain the existence of any further thralls, I suggest you grant yourself a moment's respite. Rest assured that I will contact you the moment I have need of your immense talents. That we have achieved so much, I owe to you. I fear, however, that our trials have barely begun. I've been watching all the streams, but you're doing a great job in the quest and the playthrough, or is that, Though time has dulled our pain of passing, I find that I am wounded afresh. I haven't been watching all the streams, but you're doing all the job quests in the playthrough, or is that way too much? My plan is to do most of them. All of the ones that are the canonical characters, and I plan to try to do more of them. My plan will also probably be for those ones, to try and do all of them pre-Endwalker. We're gonna see how that pans out. Kira. But yeah, that is probably the plan because of the amount of callbacks that Endwalker has means that I think it's relevant, and that is to do the MSQ would be to do them as well. Yeah. Master Louis Soir, what good shall come of this unending search for knowledge and truth? Long have I believed the pursuits of such treasures to be the duty of every Sharlayan. Yet with each new revelation serveth only to help heap further anguish upon those whom we would fain protect. Must we truly reach for more? Okay, guys, I'm gonna eat. So, you found your resolve, dear sister. Would you now find a use for the secret, for the key that only you and I hold? Given our family propensity for curiosity, you would do well to remember that keys may serve to seal doors as well as unlock them, and Bahamut is a most welcome guest to whom the doors should never have been opened. Okay. We're gonna pause for a second.
Hi, Deadpool. No. Sit. Sit. Lay down. No, hey. Sit. Lay down. Roll over. Oh, actually. You guys probably can't see him very well. Let me pull him up, yes. Let me... You sit. Lay down. Sit. Lay down. Roll over. There you go. You sit. High five. Another high five. Awesome. Spin. You spin. Good job, buddy. Okay. One last one. Right? Hey. Chill. No. Don't do the tricks ahead of time. Come here. 1, 2, 3. No, you gotta hold it. 1, step. 1, 2, 3. Good job. I hope you guys liked that show. You know what? While I eat, why don't we go ahead and pull up the A Realm Reborn trailer? Because there's a lot of benefit to watching it here. Because we won't get the second... We're going to get the second half of it coming up. Elio, have you given more food to the Deadpool than you've given to yourself? That's fair. I'm feeding myself now. I'm feeding myself. I'm muting myself, and you guys can watch this while we wait. If you have any questions about the trailer, go ahead and ask them in chat, and I'll read them after I'm done. But if you have any things that I can help And so the realm was reborn. Yeah, the trailers still fucking slap. The 1.0 trailer still fucking slaps, and that it was made almost 15, starting to get close to 15 years ago. Let me respond to some of your stuff. Blah, blah, blah. What job is Louis Soir? Officially conjurer, though technically, mechanically a conjurer, in lore, kind of a dude who does magic. Like, the way he's repeatedly described is a master of the arcane, effectively. History channel guy, Alligans, as an Elder Primal. Okay, so Elder Primals. So Elder Primal as a turn essentially just means really powerful primals. Typically, it typically is also only associated with those of antiquity and age. Bahamut being 5,000 years old as a good example of that. Zodiark and Hydaelyn are also Elder Primals. Now, the thing is that we know for a fact that even if you have what effectively is the Echo, you can be tempered by a... Zodiark tempered the Ascians. The Ascians have the Echo, effectively. If you want to quibble with me on... If someone wants to quibble on me with that because it's a little more complicated than that, go ahead. But the effectively, for all intents and purposes, all you need to know is the Ascians have the Echo. So, because of that, a primal of sufficient power can overcome what effectively is the Echo, but there's only a singular instance of that in Zodiark, who is kind of a unique case in some ways. And so it is not the designation of Elder that would allow you to circumnavigate that. And that's not an odd question at all. That's a really important question. I totally understand wanting to contextualize and understand that, Aaron. It's a good question. It's a good question. His class is Giga Chad. Now that's just true. Display capture. See, now, you know what I'll say? Watching the trailers makes me want to watch my own works again, which is kind of gratifying that I have any interest in watching my own stuff, because like the answers video I did, my only problem with that answers video really is probably the audio quality could be better at this point, but I didn't have the money or time to fix the font that I had, so all the O's are solid blocks rather than rings. And I guess I could technically fix... I guess I know a way I could technically fix it depending on if I still have the file. I wouldn't be able to have the footage, but that doesn't matter. You guys don't care about that. This is technical stuff. But yeah, there's a, you know, if I could just, you know, I don't know why I didn't just start here. Answers meaning 2.0. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but I just want to, there's a shot in here that I just really love. The burden of joy and sorrow. It is side by side that we feel and suffer. We teach and we live, dream and answer this question together. Oh, actually, I don't have OBS up. There. This shot, this like combination. I just love when I get to like critic collage. This is 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. I actually just did a shot like this for today's video. Yeah, I've improved the format some since I made this. Still proud of it though. Let's catch up on you guys. Busy leveling, got the Emerald Mount. Nice, Richard, nice. The Emerald Mount's freaking great. I love the Emerald music. The Emerald Mount music is some of my favorite music in the freaking game. I never forgot my first time running Odin. I'll probably forge the next time I ran the Glen. Nice. So when does Derplander ditch his crew and go solo? My personal thought was mostly just that the crew never came back. That or they were lost. Like when they returned, they never found each other and they didn't remember each other. So they just never hooked back up. Their chocobos were just waiting for them in the forest after they were teleported to the future. May not have been their chocobos. It may have just been wild chocobos and they were really good at taming them. Who knows? Trailers only get better from there. Yeah. Man, that Endwalker trailer. Holy shit. It was said that Zodiac might feel slight pull. Yeah. Warrior Gauntlet, 2 protections. The Echo and the Hydaelyn's Blessing. Yeah. Both of which protect the soul from outside corruption. No name. I thought it was because they're already tempered. I'm not sure I understand. If they're tempered, then yes, they can't be tempered further. But they were tempered in the first place. They became tempered in the first place. Also, good to see you. Glad to have you. I'm not sure I understand if you're disagreeing with my point on that. So old Zodi is outlier, not the example. Yes. If I had the footage, words I never expected to hear again. Reacting to your old content, the new React meta. So good. To feel, to think, to live is to know, to live is to suffer, to suffer is to find meaning and love. Yep. At least that's what it makes me feel. Yep. And you know what? That's why one of the things I loved most about how Answers gets recontextualized thanks to Endwalker, and I won't be specific about it, but is I had been saying that to people for years. And they're like, yeah, okay, maybe. And then to like see it so specifically shown was just phenomenal. Well, I shouldn't cry while listening to the song anymore, but then them ninjas chopping onions are too strong. Recommendation, Angry Potato. Don't go watch today's video then. If that made you feel, and or the flow video I made you feel, today's video will also do so. I can look after myself, you know. I can look after myself, you know. Stop making me feel emotions, video game. Isn't that why we come to them? It's always you giddy leveling her culinary. For those who walk and for those who walked before. Yep. For those we have lost and those we can yet save. I already did it. Hurts, but it doesn't. Thanks. We forge on. We forge ahead. It's in the end. It's all we can do. Am I crazy? Ah, no.
Man is wont to catch light wheresoever secrets lie hidden in darkness, though that which he illumineth does seldom bring him joy. So it is with such unhappy truth as Bahamut's immense shadow doth conceal. Yet ever onward forgeth Mistress Alice, undeterred by the burden of knowledge that weigheth heavy on her heart. 'Tis perilous path she hath chosen, and a painful one. I prithee, Elio, remain by her side, as her valiant blade, that she might see her quest to its completion.
Good game indeed. Any game that makes me feel strong is a good game. Yeah, like FF4 that made me feel immense guilt in the first 2 hours. May have never finished it, but it's one of my favorites. Yeah. Angry Alice is my favorite Alice. Yeah, I come to games. I come to media to be moved. So, you know, it's like, it's always weird to me when someone's like, they're upset because like a game or a show or something has like made them sad or cry or moved or something. I'm like, I respect that. Like some people don't want to feel things and they just want comfort, but like it's weird for me. Oh wait, I never did Coils of Bahamut. Hey, Richard, if you're not part of our Discord, you should come join it then because we'll definitely get a thing set up because you're not alone. There's a couple other people. We did one community event a couple weeks back where we did it for those who hadn't done it before. But we'll definitely get something going, and maybe we'll get like a regular thing where we get people running a raid each Sunday or something, so that people who haven't done Alexander or Omega or Eden or Pandemonium even. Can do them, because I cannot recommend all of them highly enough. Stupid cute tsundere Alice. Did you see my post in Endwalker spoiler last night? The mole cartoon has access to the script, I'm convinced. Oh, the mole cartoon. Yes. I didn't see that post, but I get what you're talking about. I'll read that. Professor, I haven't caught up on all the messages from last night that I missed out on because I was busy. sadly. The story in this game is so good, in my opinion, that it's sad that my friends who play refuse to follow the story. Yeah, Kira, you have my empathy. I've been lucky that most people in my life who play it have not been of that kind. And I think that you just, to an extent, have to let it go, but you also have to let it go so that they find their own way. I mean, think about, Chris from Work to Game was a story skipper and now is someone who's diving headlong into it. I think that anyone who sticks around with Final Fantasy XIV sufficiently long enough, the vast majority of them, not all of them, obviously, but I find that they will inexorably be drawn to want to know, to want to know the further context. Tsundere daughter, best daughter. If you enjoy thank you, Ray Ray. I can sink into character real well due to doing stage plays when I was younger. The game makes me feel things and love it. Yeah.
My lady, how might I serve you this day?
Just 1 second. Pull internet back up. Okay.
I have met with some difficulty in my mission, Eorzean. I should be grateful for your counsel. As you know, Bahamut's physical form is regenerating beneath Cottonau Flats, even as we speak. If we are to prevent his return, we must needs disable the 2 remaining internment hulks and sustain him. Every moment our mission is delayed, the realm is pushed closer to the brink of destruction. Alas, though I have determined the location of the fragments of Dalamud leading to the hulks, I have been unable to find a way to enter them. And gaining admittance is but the first step in a perilous undertaking. When last thou descended into Bahamut's subterranean fastness, thou didst discover, didst thou not, that the dread primal had bound the shade of Nail Van Darnus unto his will. And though thou didst consign the fallen legati to blessed oblivion, thou mayst recall the pious wretch was not alone. Doubt not but the Bahamut's others thrall shall seek to hinder thy passage. You can say his name, Eorzean. I have not forgotten that my grandfather is waiting for us. My lady, I would remind you, as I much oft remind myself, that the man who we both loved and revered is no more. What remaineth is but a shade which defileth his memory. The vile verbiage that spilled from his lips must not be heeded, for it cometh not from your grandsire, but from Bahamut himself. You need not worry, Eorzean. Come what may, I will not stray from the course. I will not let grandfather's sacrifice be in vain. But mere words will not take us where we must go. As I said, I have been unable to find a way to enter the fragments of Dalamud. Mine lady, might I suggest that you visit the fragments again in Elio's company? Full oft hath the Warrior of Light set events in motion by virtue of his presence alone. 'Tis possible that he may do so again. Aye, the while shall search for the answers of mine own, but our efforts combined, full sure am I that the path shall be revealed to us ere long. Well, were it anyone else, I should question the wisdom of such advice, yet I cannot deny that what you say about Elio is true. Very well, I shall do as you suggest. Assuming you have no objections, of course. Good now, we seek to entry to the 2 fragments of Dalamud. One lies at the Burning Wall in eastern Hydaelyn, and the other at the Singing Shards in Mordona. I left an assistant at each location with the instructions to continue the search for a means of ingress. It is not impossible that they could since have found something useful to us. Let us begin by visiting the man at the Burning Wall. Dex, I think it was.
The reason my sister won't play the game altogether, she walked in on me ugly stopping multiple times. That's so wild to me. Like, again, I'm not like, oh, what? I'm just like, it's wild to me that the idea that something moving you is a reason to have distaste for it is, usually I can put myself in another person's shoes to some amount, but that I can like intellectually be aware of, but not really emotionally understand or relate to in any way. I've been complaining about finishing Baja the last week or so. I find out about Zadnor, I'm crushed. Zadnor is actually a good time, and I think someone said, yeah, Zadnor is much more fun than Baja. The fates are brutal. Yeah, the problem is that they were a lot more fun when there were a lot of people there, and now they're also. Wait, just a second. Demins, let people know. We can do more. We'll come help you in Zadnor. Also, don't forget to use looking for group. I'm sure plenty of people would love to come help you out. One of us, do be double, one of us. Zadnor is much more fun. Yeah, I still don't even have the writing map for Bush. Demands? Of course you're having a nightmare time. Okay, well, why don't we do we'll do a freaking cluster farm to at least get you the writing maps. That'll at least make that won't take very long at all. That'll only take like maybe 10 to 30 minutes. And we'll get you that, and then at least you'll feel better for riding around. Did I do that effect? Oh, exciting news. I've convinced my wife to try the game. Ooh! When she gets back. Exciting. More people to join into the tea cult. My worst enemy is myself. I say, are you not Master Forgeron, my lady's most faithful companion? Sinis, sir, at your service, and may I say what an honor it is to meet you. How goes the survey, Dex? Ahem. My lady, it is a shame to say that I have found no viable path to the fragment. Though it stands there before our very eyes, the way thither has thus far proven impassable. When the fragment fell and pierced the land, it caused a prodigious amount of aether to spew forth. 'Twas this that gave rise to the land's twisted lay, which seems destined to thwart our efforts. Even were an opening to exist, I fear that we would struggle to reach it. We cannot give up trying. So near and yet so far. Well, it avails us not to stand here and stare at the thing. Let us away to Mordona and try the other fragments. Perhaps Sinis has been fared better. Upon the note, my lady, there is something I must tell you. I'm sorry to report that I lost contact with my brother just over a bell ago. As you know, the Singing Shards are home to many fell creatures, ogres among them. While I do not wish to cause undue alarm, I fear something unspeakable may have happened to Dex. Wait, what? Why didn't you... Give me strength. We must hurry to my assistant's Elio. My assistant's aide, Elio. I'm so annoyed by Alice during this part. She has a twin and gets very annoyed when she's confused with her brother. Yes. Yes. Although, to be fair, if Alice being hypocritical isn't all too surprising. So here's another. This is also another part of Fallen Dalamud. I mean, as they literally just said. But so if you've ever been staring at the burning wall and wondering what's going on with there, that's what's up. Mordona. Hey, it's Mordona. I'll be over hiding in the shame now. Wait, what? I didn't even know there was a writing map for Porsche. Jellybean, you don't have to be ashamed at that. There's a lot of, like, I just feel bad for you. But yeah, there's a writing map that you can buy for 25 clusters, I think it is. I see you all talking in party. Catch rides with people who has multi-seats for now. Yeah, that's all well and good, but if you want to like be doing a lot, and especially if there's like not as many people as there used to be, so that's not even like really a super viable strategy that isn't inconvenient at this point, in my experience. Yes, both Boja and Zadnor do have a map. You are correct. No Tame. Thank you, adventurer. For a moment there, I feared that my bones were to be ground up and used to bake bread. He doesn't even have hair! Like, come on, how you confuse the two? I am relieved to see that you are unharmed. It was wrong of me to press such a dangerous task upon you. My lady, your worries are wasted on me. 'Twas nothing at all, I assure you. If you please, I shall report my findings. As you can see, through the tip of the fragment is exposed. The rest is encased in rock and crystal, rendering it impossible to enter the structure. We might try excavating the area around the fragment. That is like to take time, and there really is no telling how deep we may need to dig before we find a suitable point of ingress. As such, I am forced to conclude that gaining entry to this fragment is unrealistic. Forgive me, my lady. Confound it. We are losing precious time. What are we to do now? 'Tis I, Eorzean. Glad tidings have I found for thee and my lady. For a blessing, a way hath been found by which thou mayst enter the remaining fragments of Dalamud.
Pray, escort Mistress Elisay to the cerulean processing plant in northern Thanalin. There, all shall be made clear.
Thank you, Ray Ray. As I've never done any of the relic stuff, I've never had anyone show me how to do anything in my own. Oh, hey, Aaron. So like, I'd be happy to. We also have Atelier, and multiple other people have done a bunch of relic grinding too. So like, you know, I'll reiterate this time and time again, and I will never stop reiterating this. Guys, the Discord is a resource for you guys to use. If you have questions, if you're like, oh, I kind of want this thing, but I don't know what to do, but I'm also kind of like, don't want to seem stupid, or I don't want to ask, or I don't want to inconvenience someone. That is what the Discord is for. It is there for all of us to help each other. Please use it. So yeah, if you want relics, or you want to get into them, we can make that whole process seem a lot simpler. There are still cluster farm parties, probably. Yes, there are from time to time, Angie. Yeah, they're very helpful. They are super. That is the great way to get the clusters you need. That's the thing. I always preferred Eureka to this to STQs. Why? Because of grouping up in Nightmare Chains. SQ has too much parties just for a single ritual engagement, then dissolving. See, I hated that though. Here's the thing about the Nightmare Chains. If you don't have people, you're fucked. You're just screwed. You're screwed. And that sucked. I have reasons I like Eureka and reasons I like Balja, and I have a lot of reasons I dislike both of them as well. Although they do let her get away with it. Yeah. Well, they're also her servants. Eorzean has found a way? Something. I love your G-Stage settings. What are they? Hey, Real Crow. Good to see you. Glad to have you. I think you've been around for a while, but I don't know if I ever said that. They are a custom G-Set that I made. They are my own. They are meant to highlight and basically make the game look better, but still look like the game without much in the way of alteration. Time to admit my shame. I never did Eureka. That's not shameful. I've never completed Baldizzian Arsenal because I've never been on at the right time to do it with a group. I've watched Baldizzian. I know what happens in Baldizzian Arsenal, but I've just never had the time at the right time to do BA. So that's something I still have yet to do. I need to get up to level and everything. Well, we can help you with that too. People are here to help. What relics do you want? Exactly, Professor. Yeah, just and if you don't know what relics you want, there are videos that show all the relics from all the expansions. I recommend watching some of those. I need to do Eureka so Creel stops totally roasting my ass whenever I replay the MSQ. Yeah, thank you, Issa. Thanks. There's a goal. All TBA. Let's do it. Let's get it's what 24 man, right? If we can get 24, we could get at least 24 people, or at the very least start to approach that, and then get some people who are more experienced, so that way we don't have to worry, we don't have to stress too much. Something dark side. Ozma Mount someday. Hey, Notame, let's get the Ozma Mount for everyone. Let's get a group. Damn it, might jump on after dinner and power grind it out. There you go. Distant. I believe there's a looking for group as well. If you as a tag, you can put yourself in for ping in the Discord. I'm literally a part of that. I am never free when that's up. Never. I've never once been free when that's been when that has gone off. I've had that for over a year. I cry in EU. Oh, Angie, I'm sorry. Well, maybe what we can do is we can potentially hold off until travel for Europe comes up, because it's not like it can be a long-term thing. There's a lot of work that goes into like getting prepared in Eureka, and we would have to have 24 people-ish that are prepared for Eureka, and have the stuff and know what to do. And so like there's plenty of time to like have that be a goal that we keep working towards. I would be so down to try to find people I know to help out. So tell me, like, or worst case, if we have enough people, we'll do a run now and we'll do another one later. And you know what? If we do the one now with like NA, we do it with NA, and we get it for a bunch of people, and then there's now a bunch of people who know how to do it. So when the EU people come around, it'll be a lot easier because people have experience.
Mine apologies for summoning you thus from afar, my lady, but it is here that your journey may finally begin. I did wonder. To my knowledge, there's no fragments in northern Thanalin. Nor are you mistaken, my lady. Yet a pathway doth exist, one which you yourself have made use of in the past. The conclusion of your several forays into the binding coil was that the crystal formation which lieth to the north of this place that you did emerge, was it not? Yes, an ethereal stream bore us back to the surface. That much I had surmised. Are you suggesting that we can use it to return underground? And even if that were possible, would it not simply bear us back to the place which we had already explored? It need not, my lady. Pray, allow me to explain. Upon the evidence of your experience, it seemeth plain that the two internment hulks may share the selfsame ethereal egress. From this we did infer that others may be connected in likewise. Thus did we labor long to verify the existence of further tributaries to the selfsame stream, in which task we were at length successful. 'Twas then but a matter of arriving at a solution to the problem of traveling to the untuned destination. That one might reach what we may call a headwater, we propose to employ a modified aetheryte which serveth to amplify such ripples as do originate from said source. By focusing one's essence upon these ripples, it should be possible to make the journey. Yet, be fairly warned, my lady, as with untrained modes of ethereal travel, this method entaileth considerable danger. Merely to attempt the voyage could cost you your life. That is a risk I am willing to take. You are brilliant, Eorzean. But I am curious, did you have assistance in forming this plan? I could not help noticing your repeated use of the word we, unless you've taken to using the majestic plural in our absence. Nay, my lady, as you have correctly surmised, I was not alone in this endeavor. Meaning that there were others who were aware of this mission. Well, it cannot be helped now. Preventing Bahamut's return is what matters. If some secrecy must be sacrificed to achieve our goal, then so be it. Yeah, we can totally get... Again, if you guys have, like, things you want to do, even if they're aspirational, like, literally, let me put it this way. I am happy to get to a point, probably not anytime soon. I am happy to get to a point where we were even running T ultimates. If people have interest for that and getting something like that set up. If there is anything you aspire to in this game, Heaven on High, anything, you know, Heaven on High, Ultimates, Baldesion Arsenal, like, it doesn't matter what it is. The point of the archives is lore, and the point of is lore when it comes to the channel, but it is just as much also about fostering the community to be able to allow people to have that. So. Sorry I'm so quiet, I just had so exhausted, I just love things to do. I should drink more water or coffee. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, a lot of people, like we explained when we started today, a lot of people are tired. I'm literally riding a little bit of energy now, both thanks to food and thanks to you guys, but oh boy, am I know I'm just gonna, like, crash so hard. I'm also gonna have to sleep really hard because we have the live letter. Actually, how many hours from now is the live letter? 11 GMT. Okay, so it's gonna be about 11 hours from now. So that'll give me some time to sleep. So there must be the modified aetheryte. Those men are sworn by the flames of Uldam, but they are the first and foremost faithful retainers of House Levieur. The snoot arrives. Alphino, so it was you who was helping Eorzean. Who else could it have been, dear sister? Lest you worry, I have no intention of making the details of your venture public. Like you, I would prefer to avoid causing a panic. But given that which is at stake, namely the survival of the realm, one must be willing to accept help when it is offered. Would you not agree? At the very least, do not be cross with Eorzean. It was at my behest that he kept silent. We will speak later. Pray forgive me, my lady, but knowing full well your intent, I judged it meet that Master Alphino be informed. Though your grandsire hath become Bahamut's thrall, his noble blood courseth yet through both your veins, and he must needs be struck down. Do you hear that, Alphino? I mean to strike down grandfather. And when I have done so, I shall banish Bahamut to the Aether. Nothing you say will sway me from my course. I will protect Eorzea, and I will uphold grandfather's legacy. Grandfather's legacy? So you still do not know what you yourself desire? Your actions are still driven by borrowed resolve. Borrowed resolve? What does that have to do with anything? Protecting Eorzea was grandfather's goal, and we made it ours. Both of us. That is why we came here, unless you have forgotten. Gods forbid, should I ever forget, Alice, but you misunderstand. I do not question your resolve, only whence it came. If it were your own, you would be able to tell me precisely why you desire so fervently to protect Eorzea. Yet you cannot, for it is not your resolve, but grandfather's. You may struggle to see the difference, but borrowed resolve shall never be as strong as that which springs from within. But let us speak of this another time. For now, preventing Bahamut's return is all that matters. To be plain, I have no objections to striking down whatever is left of grandfather. Know, however, that I will be accompanying you this time. As a son of House Levier, I would be present for his final moments. Very well, you may join us, on one condition. I make the decisions. There's the Alice we know. If it pleases the name, milady, the name's Urkrand. Our preparations are just about complete. When you're ready to embark on your mission, just give me the word. I'll be waiting for you at the cerulean processing plant.
What's a good lore group without some adventure? Exactly, Regal. That's a great way to put. I love that. That's a lovely way to put that.
Pay no heed to my brother. You rely on him. You rely on me. We've come far together, you and I, and together we shall see our journey to its end.
You know, another way to put it too is, what's some adventure without some lore? There's not gonna be a translator for live letter, right? No, but I will be doing the live translations. I will be reading them. So you will, all you will have to do is watch the stream if you want to watch something. You should sleep well. To be honest, you mentioned lately I haven't been sleeping well, but worrying. I hope you'll be fine. I will be fine, and I will get better sleep in the coming week. I am now officially behind on videos thanks to this most recent technical hiccup. I will either need to find a way to do a low-key video or potentially put out a end talkers, and maybe even have Ray or Issa help me do the editing for it and footage for it, so that way I can have an extra week. Because I'd like to have a bigger bank. I don't have a bank of videos currently, and if I should I get sick or something, I don't have a plan at the moment. There will be, Elio. There will be. And I will get good sleep. It's gonna happen. It's just been this week has had a lot going on. It's already Thursday? Summer break has my schedule all wonky. Yeah. I've been thinking it's Saturday all day. Wow, yeah. Thursday, what a concept. Oh wow, another time when Urianger had to do something in secret. Yeah. Desperately trying to do the right thing for his friends, and also, you know, having to make hard choices around it.
I've been waiting for you, Master Forgeron. I'm pleased to say that the Aetherite primed and ready. As you know, the remaining internment hulks are connected to the fragments in Eastern Hydaelyn and Mordona. It's the former that will be sending you to you first. Now, you'll be starting inside the hulk, meaning you won't have to cover so much ground. The drawback being that you'll be fighting for your life from the moment you get there. Best be prepared for anything, for Milady's sake if not your own. And that's about all I can tell you. When your preparations are in order, just give me the word and I'll send you on your way. I may even throw in a prayer for your speedy return just to be on the safe side.
Okay. We have 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Final call if anyone would like to join in. Well, I catch them on chat. Thursday, Mondays, F me up. Yeah, D tier days. You know, honestly, because of my work schedule, I just look down and I just see, I want it that way. Tell me why. Yeah. In group chat. So I'm watching you guys. Ain't nothing but a heartache. You guys are still going. Because of my work schedule since almost literally becoming an adult, there has been no discernible difference between Monday through Sunday for me. The thing is, like, I have not had weekends for 7 years, maybe more. So because of that, like, every day is just a day to me for the most part. I really like this piano soundtrack. Yeah, I got this. D-Day tears for sure. I wish I could help with you all with this. I appreciate it, Aaron. You are here in spirit. Final call for if someone wants an invite. Is this one of you guys? Shy voice. I would like to finish Eureka, but I hate grinding. Okay. Oh, there's already another party. Well, never mind. I would like to finish Eureka, but I hate grinding over. I'm over on Primal, and I'm kind of a person who doesn't like to ask for help because I feel like I'm being a bother. Sierra, I'm going to say it again, too. You are never being a bother when you ask for help in the Discord. No one is. If someone can't help you, they might not be able to help you, but it is never... I am the one in charge of the Discord. My say is final. I would rather you guys ask for help too often than too little. It is okay, and it is not a bother. That said, we don't have a ton of people on Primal, so maybe there's only a limited amount that we can help. But, you know, maybe there are some people who would love to help you, so it's definitely worth asking. And definitely in the future when there's cross-travel, we'll definitely be able to. I can't wait to do the Evilist raids me, Agrius motherfucking Oak. I longeth for thou way, pray tell me. I longeth for thou way. Pray tell me for whether for. Now I want to do like show tunes. Things that bother you never bother me. I'm so happy. Okay. I am not wearing underwear today. No, I'm not wearing underwear today. Not that you probably give a care much about my underwear, but still, nonetheless, I've got to say that I'm not wearing underwear. Okay, I'm assuming you guys can hear me now. I won't have voice modulation, but my backup feed will work. I knocked my mic over so hard that apparently some part of it disconnected. I'm not sure what. Not wearing underwear, also disconnecting your mic, yeah. But also, maybe I'm not wearing underwear today. Oh, my camera's also knocked over. I just knocked everything out. I'm so used to having cordless headphones that I wasn't expecting my cord to be wrapped around and send everything flying. It is a song from Avenue Q. That is what that song was. Also, the final nightmare from the first Eureka Zone is boss. I did all of Eureka alone in 1 week because I really wanted the elemental armor before doing Shadowbringers, and I didn't have any friends, and Eureka was just dead. Yeah, my bike is my bike. Just decided to take to the mining arts. I'm glad that this is making you guys laugh. Would it be appropriate to call you a bit of a dingus from time to time? I tend to play into it to make it more humorous. I'm gonna go log in and view the stream from my phone. Sounds good, Rich. Okay.
Let us make haste to the main bridge and deactivate the coil.
Solo Eureka, soul breaking. I did it. I went from min level to max level of...
There were receptacles similar to those in the previous Hulk.
And got enough shit to do, get my elemental armor.
Those held chimeric beasts, but only the Alligans know what other abominations may be sleeping within.
I just like no-lifed the crap out of Eureka. It was crazy.
They may well be part of Dalamut's internal defenses. We must stay on our guard at all times.
I don't think I've played Eureka since then, and that would have been like 2 years ago, I think. Maybe not quite 2 years ago. I find Eureka relaxing. Lore, I totally understand how you could find it relaxing. I find it and Baja relaxing. I do think that they are relaxing. In terms of like they're really easy to like zone out into, in my opinion. Which I know for some people is like the wildest thing to say because Eureka, if you zone out and you die, you lose shit. But like, I don't know. It's like it's very good zone out content. I made a mad dash for the elemental armor before I walked for the yeah. The elemental armor is still my signature Dark Knight armor. I'm that guy who uses the elemental armor with the Heavensward relic. The Heavensward Dark Knight relic that's gold, and my armor's black, so it's like it's a matching set. And I literally didn't know it was a thing that some other people do. I was like, oh, I love this. I have this idea. I think this is gonna look so good, and oh, I don't feel like I see anybody else with it. So of course I put it on, and then I realized, oh no, there are other people who do this. But it's still to this day it is like my definitive Dark Knight look. And when I think of Shadowbringers, I very much think about that. I did Eureka a little over a year ago. Nice. 12 grant me energy. I still have 4 emotes to line, and I'm craving apples or anything that can energize me so bad. Go buy an apple. Just like, I don't know, DoorDash. I mean, you probably don't. I don't know if you have DoorDash, but like, get an apple. Apples. Give me a second. I want to see when 513. Or unless anyone knows. August 11th. Okay, so that's what, August 11th of. Man, is that only like a year? 2020. Yeah, okay. No, okay. Yeah, so 2 years ago. Because it would have been before 5.3. And around there is when I did Eureka. I mean, it used to, because it looks awesome. Yeah, it's a fucking phenomenal armor. I just also hate wearing cool armor and then looking like everyone else. If like a bunch of other people are using it. Luckily, it doesn't happen a ton in Final Fantasy 14. But the problem is I've had trouble. I've had very few tank looks that I've been really happy with. It's a lot harder to mix and match with tanks than it is with, you know, your casters and healers. DoorDash one apple. Yes, DoorDash 1 apple. The elemental armor for casters is so pretty. It really is. It's long and flowy gown. Yeah, it's very pretty. Well, first of all, it's almost 3 a.m. and our stores are closed. Yeah, that would be a problem. And second, I'm too broke to buy anything all right now. I will get some coffee waiting for me. I think I may have that. What could be more? There's 2 types of refreshing: apples and coffee. And glows even more in the moonlight. Yeah, I'm a big fan of all the elemental armors. I'm also appreciative of like how few armors there are that are like glowy ostentatious. And so like that being one of them is I like it. By the 12s, dragons and so many. We were aware that the Alligans possess the means to control creatures, but to imprison them thus is barbaric. I would not wish such a fate upon my worst enemy. So these are all Mericidian dragons that Allag has captured and are using to fuel Bahamut still. So like, it's bad. 'Tis plain that no love was lost between Alligans and dragons, but was it truly necessary to keep so great a number here? Dalamut did not want for defenses. This we have experienced firsthand. Such guardians as the Alligans created, both living and unliving, were surely no less capable of repelling intruders than these poor creatures. Tell me something, Alice.
Have you not managed to determine why, by whose will Bahamut exists? No, I have not. At first I assumed that Bahamut had no people of his own, that the Allagans had perhaps discovered a way to stimulate prayer itself. However, Nail's words gave me cause to reconsider. Specifically, the Shade's mention of Bahamut's beloved children. From that, I inferred that the primal is given form by the will of worshippers, whom we have yet to... Oh. God, strike me down for a blind fool. Bahamut's beloved children right there before my very eyes. How could I be so stupid? Who else but the dragons of Eld would summon Bahamut? Who else but they would sustain him? And to think, I wondered why the Allagans kept them imprisoned here. Even should the flames of Bahamut life go out, his faithful children would summon him back. For this reason, the Allagan Empire kept an army of dragons here in the perpetual state of duress, that they might sustain the primal's existence. Truly, the Allagan ingenuity knows no bounds, and neither did its cruelty. Small wonder that Bahamut was so enraged. Let no one deny that it was a man who sowed the seeds of the calamity. Will you now turn to your hatred towards our kind, dear sister? Do not patronize me, Alphino. I merely acknowledge our guilt. Lest you be in any doubt, I have no intention of allowing Bahamut to lay the world to waste, regardless of the atrocities the Allagans committed against his kind. We have no choice but to eliminate all who worship him, be they his children or his thralls. It seems reasonable to assume that the system responsible for the primal's regeneration is also responsible for sustaining the captive dragons. If we disable it, all should perish. Let us press on. Okay. There we go. Okay, guys, let's split in two. Okay. Sibren, you're going right. Arziri, you're going left. Or, yeah. Well, you know what? That works. Doesn't matter. As long as we split in twain. This is like, for instance, this was also... The other thing is that, like, I presumably a lot of parts of Dalamud are also potentially restoring itself. Because the fact that this was basically... Well, actually, I forget. I think they explained it well. We'll touch on it in a second. Allagans are so metal they imprison Bahamut's kids so they can try and summon him over and over again. Yep. Bahamut, the Allagans really fucking sucked. Think about what it might have been like to grow up in that culture, especially if your soul was if you had a kind soul, and how that might mess with you, interest you. Just a thought.
Dancer powers, activate. Hey. Failure mode initiated. Initiate. Segmented. Actually, technically, I don't actually think he's a Forgekin. I think he's actually technically a Chimera. If I remember rightly. There's an entry on him in Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1. Let me double check that real quick. Now I'm curious. Maybe he is a Forgekin. Oh no, I think I think he is a Forgekin. I mean, I guess with his attacks and stuff, that makes a lot more sense that he's a Forgekin than that. Come on, I know there's an entry on it. Yeah, there we go. Kylia. The Kylia is an early attempt to combine the strength and ferocity of Chimera, that's what I was thinking about, with the durability and easy control of the fully automated Forgekin. Machine. The creature was first used in Mericidia campaign and then deployed into Dalamud. The Hydra-like design was most likely chosen as to provoke their dragon enemies, one of the many such tactics used by Allag in the war against the worms. Like, that's the thing, is that Allag is never just like... it's not enough for Allag to, like, beat your ass. They also gotta be shitty about it, too. Shame we can't let people live in Dalamud. The place is huge. Yeah. Kind of be drafty, though. Okay, so I know it doesn't repair itself because it does have the hole. So maybe that's just like when you see him burst through in the Born trailer, you're just seeing him burst through the top, but it's just like the majority of the cell is still intact.
Why, it looks like a model of Dalamud, yes.
Maybe,
For millennia, Bahamut must have gazed at this unchanging view.
unless there's just a minor model of Dalamud within Dalamud, that's odd. It doesn't matter, it's cool.
Trapped inside a prison that was scarcely large enough to contain him, unable to move, denied the release of death, how his hatred for man must have burned. For that hatred found an ideal vessel near the Undarnus.
Yeah, if you... Hey, Chrissy, good to see you. Glad to have you. It would be a great place if you don't want to grow crops. It's a salt moor.
In many ways, Bahamut is to be pitied, not loathed. But knowing the true extent of his fury, I'm more convinced than ever of the necessity of our endeavor. Besides, his is not the only soul that cries out for vengeance.
I want to live in the Magitech Space Moon. Well, what about on the moon? Because moon housing is gonna be a thing. I'm betting money now for. There's a bunch of things like literally from NPCs that are hinting that moon housing will one day be a thing. Volume is quite low. Okay, I will fix that. Okay. Can you hear me? Is this better?
Gods, he is almost whole again.
Oh my god, I can take a break.
His size is staggering. I can scarce imagine how Grandfather stood against such a monstrosity.
This cannot be allowed to proceed any further. Let us disable the coil and move on. Grandfather? No, that man is dead. I will not dishonor my beloved grandsire's memory by calling you such. You are but his twisted shape, the thrall of a mad primal.
I don't know why, but that line delivery for Mad Primal
You
always
were
makes me giggle a little
foolish to
bit.
disregard
It sounds so
my
silly.
warning, child. Are you so convinced of your own righteousness?
Tis the rightness of our path that led us to return. Eorzea will never be safe whilst Bahamut
Oh, sorry,
remains to
Chrissy, I
threaten all we hold
totally
dear.
blanked. You're right. Dunscaith would work
What
well.
of the hero who gave his life in defense of the realm? Do you truly dispute the justice of our cause?
My poor, ignorant grandchildren. Your world is shaped by naught but recent conflict. Listen, and I will speak to you of justice. 'Twas in the twilight of the Third Astral Era. The southern land of Mericidia suffered invasion at the hands of the
Good,
Alagon
Brooke.
Empire.
Good. That's awesome.
With no atrocity, too depraved for their purpose, the forces of Alec were unstoppable in their advance.
This is something I want to point out here because I just think it's a microcosm. There are a lot of characters who say Alagon, and there are also characters who say Allegan. There are some characters who say Cardinal, and there are some characters who say Cardinal. There's some characters that say Ether. There are some characters that say Aether. If you are going on YouTube videos and commenting corrections, fuck off. Seriously, it's not warranting of a correction. English is a malleable language in which pronunciation is actually pretty variable and also can be regional as well. Save it for when it matters. When I use a word wrong, like for instance, on one of my words, I used a dearth in literally the opposite of its intended meaning because I just blanked. Like, that's fair. No, constructive, like, hey, this means this, or like, yeah. But, sorry, that's been eating away at my soul because the amount of comments that I get that say corrections for words that are like it's perfectly okay to say them that way. So, I've said my bit. Moving on.
Desperate for salvation, the dragons prayed to one of their first brood, to their ancestor Bahamut. Infused by the power of their fervent supplications, Bahamut arose from the abyss of death and took wing as the Mericidians' newborn god. Yet this great miracle would only serve to further the maniacal designs of the dragon's imperial conquerors. The cruel fetters which bind my lord stand testament to the Alagon's boundless greed and hubris. I once summoned the 12 in an attempt to forestall the advent of the 7th Umbral Era. What then did the dragons of Mericidia do that I did not? Wherefore are they accursed and I exalted? 'Tis man's overweening belief in his own primacy that blinds him to the commonness of his condition and the truth of his own tyranny. As long as man is suffered to remain, the dragons shall never be at peace. Only when the plague of people has been expunged shall the children of Lord Bahamut be free. Then shall the world know true justice.
Stop it! Grandfather would never say such things. His belief that people were worth saving never faltered. He had faith in their strength, that they could stand together and push back against the darkness seeking to shape them.
A false hope. 'Tis folly to place one's faith in so flawed a race. Stand together? Huh. They would first need to agree on which direction to face. If history
Congratulations.
teaches us anything, it is that man cannot find common ground between his own 2 feet.
Good diss. However, what history also teaches is that man can find common ground, and also man can find common ground. Like, the thing that history teaches is that we can unite. If anything, history teaches we are able to unite. It's just very hard and is fraught with peril and failure, right? Like, that's the lesson of history. The history is not man can never unite. I can tell you that because if it were true, none of these people would be standing in this room for a myriad of reasons. But isn't this the heart of the conflict that arises throughout the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV? Oh, the Sadness OST, Brooke? Yeah, I love the Sadness OST.
Whose veins run with the same blood, struggle to fathom each other's reasoning. You hide your differing agendas behind the convenient banner of Eorzea's salvation. Given your obvious self-interest, can you truly claim no kinship with the Oligon? And though I hope they might bring you closer, 'twould seem that the twin grimoires I bestowed upon you were a wasted gesture.
There may well be truth in your judgment of Alize and me, but such a one-sided tirade bemoaning the evils of man rings false, coming from the lips of Archon Louisoix. Tell me, do you champion the cause of dragons because Bahamut compels you as his thrall? Or is it because you yourself have transcended the limits of man's existence?
Ah, so the possibility did not escape your notice. What I prayed for, and what I have become. These are the keys that unlock the truth behind Eorzea's rebirth.
What? Why? Why did that happen? That's a cool cutscene. Why does it keep cutting out? Well, hey, Ray, if you could link my 20-minute summary video real quick in the chat, I think that would be a good idea because it's a really good... For those of you who are unaware, Louisoix became the Phoenix. He became a primal in order to save Eorzea, the immortal symbol of rebirth. And now we're about to kick their furry grandpa's ass. Let's do it! History is full of people doing evil things they often believe are good for what they believe often mistakenly are being done for good reasons. Yeah. No, and I think 14 does a phenomenal job at that, and I think that's why I love the Garlemald section so much, is because that's a far more compelling analysis, description, and look at history than just saying some people are just evil. Like, you don't have to condone, you don't have to allow, you don't have to dismiss, but you cannot ignore that evil is not born, it is created. And it is, yeah, that and more. I have many things to do. We're going to kick that furry grandpa's ass on a t-shirt. Just furry grandpa on a t-shirt. It's just like half Louisoix, half Phoenix.
Grandfather is true.
Yeah.
This time.
Here's the thing I want to say really important.
Than the alternative.
Many of these voice actors in A Realm Reborn, we know for sure, can see through a bunch of their other work, are good voice actors. However, in A Realm Reborn, I think there's like 3 separate problems. I think there are budgetary problems. I think there is miscast problems. I think there is directing problems. So it's not a criticism of them. Phoenix is Louis Suarez for Persona. Yep. I make a joke about that in our 5-minute video. Yeah, voice better. It totally has to do with Alfino's character too. Yeah. I totally feel you. I totally feel you.
I am yet here, Alice, my dear, sweet granddaughter.
Grandfather?
I must thank you, warrior of light. Without your valor, I might never have broken free of Bahamut's control. These last few moments are mine, to live as the man I once was.
This is all that I wanted. Yet, now that it is happening, I find myself struggling to believe it. Is it really you?
Grandfather, pray forgive me my insolence. It was not my intent to demean you.
Forgive you? I am proud of you, child. You were wise.
There are a lot of
enough
purported
to
direction
deduce the
problem,
manner of creature I
direction
had
issues,
become.
so. Yeah. No, I don't
Alfino,
lambast ARR.
Alice,
I do think it's just flawed,
if any
but it's
here
not.
should beg
It's understandably
forgiveness,
flawed.
it is I.
Grandfather, I must ask,
Yes.
will you not tell us what befell during the calamity?
There's only one Phoenix. Well, one Phoenix Primal. So yes, Professor.
Yes, of course. You have come far to hear the truth.
If that's the case for you, Regal, good. I can say that it's fine. It's not bad.
Let us then begin the tale. At the Battle of Cartano,
We can
where
talk about that
clashed the forces of the Garlean Empire and the
There are a couple that are
Eorzean
close to
Alliance.
bad, but
'Twas there in the sky above the surging armies that the elder primal Bahamut broke free of the Red Moon
miss.
Bahamut. In an effort to contain this avatar of destruction, I called upon the 12 to aid me
Yeah,
in the
that's
creation of
absolutely
a
true,
prison
Chrissy.
of ether.
100% true.
But Bahamut would not be caged by such feeble bars. Too vast was his might, too fierce his rage. Little choice remained to me. I used the last of my strength to entrust our hope unto the future, and prepared to meet my end.
So this is a continuation of what we saw with Louis as the light faded as the meteor was coming down. Dragon Ball Z time! Notice that's the seal with the 12. So you see, he broke apart, and what remained of his aether was drawn into and with Bahamut down into the world below. And that's why Bahamut was able to temper him. Think not of the sadness of his loss, but instead the fact that he died doing that which was of the utmost importance to him. He secured a future for his grandchildren and for the world.
As you have no doubt surmised, I did not perish. When the cage built from the essences of the 12 was destroyed, the sky was filled with a colossal cloud of ether. This drifting energy responded to the prayers of those fighting below, and to my own desperate wish that the dying realm be saved by infusing me with the power of a primal. I became the immortal phoenix, ancient symbol of rebirth. Rising into the sky, I struck Bahamut with all my newfound strength. The blow shattered his earthly form, and a shower of ether rained down upon the land. Thus began the rejuvenation of Eorzean. Believing the deed done, I relinquished my hold on that staggering energy, desirous that it should be returned to the realm without delay. But I had not reckoned on Bahamut's tenacious will. Even as he teetered upon the cusp of oblivion, the dragon reached out to claim me. Alas, within my fast fading form, enough remained of the Phoenix's energy to offer Bahamut a hold, and he dragged me along in his wake.
And thus began your existence as the Elder Primal's thrall.
I cannot help but wonder at his will to survive. Though he was all but obliterated, Bahamut found a way to seize the power you surrendered. That would explain why part of his physical form survived to be entombed underground.
It would also explain why Eorzean was so terribly warped. Even as the land sought to restore itself, the returning flow of ether was cut off.
Very good. When his grip on existence was once again secured, Bahamut did not cease his feast until he had consumed every last mote of ether that yet floated in the air.
And still he was not fully restored.
You must remember that by this time, much of the freed ether had already returned to the land. That which remained was not sufficient to reconstruct so massive a form in its entirety. But there did not need to be, not for a being sustained by the marvels of Allagan technology. As long as some piece of Bahamut persists, the Coils will seek it out and continue their regenerative
I literally thought, is she gonna do it as a joke? Oh my god.
The fragments of Bahamut.
Thank you for the $2. I will get a milkshake.
But deep beneath the ground,
I'll get it
they
for
have been searching,
the live stream
tunneling through
for
rock
the
and soil
developer
towards
live stream.
their escaped prisoner. And as you have observed for yourselves, they found his heart. Warrior of light, heed me. You must put a stop to Bahamut's regeneration. Whether it be for man or for dragonkind, the question of justice is irrelevant. The Elder Primal will leave naught but a smoldering wasteland for both his children and ours. I beg you to defend Eorzea and guide its people to the future they yet struggle to find. This portal will take you to the final internment hulk. 'Tis time for the tale of Bahamut and his part in the calamity to come to an end.
Milkshake. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Do we meet
Alice.
Team Vanilla and Team Chocolate? Do we have to like create like
Come closer.
like a chocolate milkshake chocobo and then like a vanilla milkshake chocobo and then like have buttons for each and like people can pick which one they want?
Your hopes and dreams must no longer be an extension of mine. You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm, your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
Of course,
Pretty sure
Grandfather.
Neapolitan.
I have already made it my mission to see this newborn Eorzea survive and flourish.
Alice, while I was yet enthralled to Bahamut, you spoke of my faith in man's strength. Know that your words reached me, imprisoned though my soul still was. So forceful
worth pointing
was your conviction. I wonder if that belief has not become your own. Perhaps
A lot of the words that he's
after
spoken
all your
prior.
anger and sorrow was spent, you found something greater within you.
Are echoed in Vana. Interesting enough.
See this fight to its culmination. 'Tis also your strength in which I have faith.
Thank you for everything. Pray, take your rest, Grandfather. You deserve it.
There are records of an art that allowed one to summon the power of a primal from the essence of its demise. And though I am no true primal,
Summoner.
all that I have left, I give to you.
Did you get chopping on his?
Alvino. Alize.
They literally set up Phoenix
My
with
darling
Summoner
grandchildren.
here.
May light's blessings ever keep and protect you.
Which is also tied to them being Arcanists as well. But may you ever walk in the light.
Come, Warrior of Light. Our task remains undone.
Oh God. Actually, you know, Regal, now you say that though, imagine, I feel like a lot more people would have done coils if that was the case. Okay, time to end this. Okay, guys, let's not push DPS too crazy fast, so that way we can witness some cool shit and also some good music. Now I know that there are stages anyways, so we'll probably still see soft barriers, but I do think it's worth pointing out. Well, never mind. Endwalker thing. Don't let your dreams be memes, Luis, while you're 0 in the 7th astrolabe. Auto attack only. Yeah, good idea, Chrissy. Great idea. Late DPS, got it. The Burning Heart. Man, I'm looking forward when I get to the point in MSQ where I can take breaks to like take a drink and stuff.
Arduous road, but at last we reach its end. Farewell, Bahamut. I banish you back to the ether.
He is not yet whole. I did not think him capable.
Alize! Alize!
I had thought it finally over. Will not survive another blast. No. Is this how I honor my promise to Grandfather?
You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm. Your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
I will, Grandfather. In fact, I believe I already have.
That reason has been with me all along, guiding me. Eorzea's blade of light, shearing through endless shrouds of darkness. I have been shown the miraculous feats of which we are all capable, of which I am capable.
Bahamut, you have wreaked enough havoc. I will not let your wrathful fires consume all that we know and love.
Magical spell book transformation. Initiate.
How long I have waited to hear you say that! You have found your resolve at last!
It's very flat and it's very clipped. Basically, they're recording them and isolated. It's not. It doesn't feel like a conversation. It's a direction. It's an editing. It's a. There's a bunch of reasons it happens. The darkness.
In this place, in this moment, our purpose has become one.
This is also one of the other times, like there are some times throughout Final Fantasy XIV that they do this, but this is also one of those more, a bit too anime moment. Like the emotion of the moment's good, but
For the future of Eorzea!
Need I say more?
This last task is yours, Warrior of Light. You must destroy Bahamut's crystal
It is very
core.
power, friendship, and love. Oh, God, I love Torn from the Heavens. God, now I want to play the final frickin' trial from Endwalker again, right? Let's do it, peeps. Torrents from the Heavens is underrated. I think it's because on its own, it doesn't seem... It's like the Warrior of Light. It's like it is a strong musical theme, but it's also, it can be almost anything. It first fits perfectly in with a bunch of different things, but once you have a connection with it, grown like your connection to your own Warrior of Light, it becomes a very powerful theme. And to me, I think it's very in parallel with your experience of the Warrior of Light themselves. I can't keep enough, do enough damage to maintain. There we go. So. So the pain of Mericidia, so notice these are called the blood of Mericidia pain. They're representations of those dragons that have suffered from the losses and destructions of Mericidia. They are memories of pain and suffering, born into physical manifestation. The gusts of Mericidia. It's like, remember, Mericidia was established in a whole idea and a thing, like, during 2.0. And like it's a major part of like the binding coils, and yet we're probably not even gonna go there. Okay, if I'm right, we go there in 7.0, but like maybe we don't even go there in 7.0. We kill them too early, so it takes a second before there's a yeah. They're on a timer. Gotta hope 7.0. I really do think 7.0 is Mericidia for a bunch of reasons, but like Yoshi P loves surprising people, so. Because of the way that 6.x is going, I don't think it's the Void. I really, really don't think it's that. Which I would have guessed that beforehand. Oh, well, we lost both healers. This'll be interesting. Full aggro, guys. Use everything you got. We're gonna want to get together. Battle of Cart now ultimate. AC, I'd fucking love that. Also, hey, AC. Good to see you. Glad to have you. I'd love more ultimates that are historical events. I would adore that. Be super, super big fan of that. Too bad we didn't bring a summoner with us. We won't probably need it. Empire Ultimate? Well, I mean, what does that remember? I mean, like, the thing is, though, it's like, how do you do, like, you have to have a finite, like, level of, like, what it is. Like, you could argue the Battle of the Gimlet Dark Ultimate, which, I mean, I don't know, you could do that, but like, if it's just the Empire, like, you have to have some specificity, right? Okay, guys, get ready. Together. that'll be enough. Throw everything you got at him. Woo! Bomb Fox!
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Like, I'm not opposed to the idea of there being more with that, Chrissy. I'm just like, I don't know. How do you make an ultimate out of that, right? Like, what is the tale there? Whereas, like, Cartenow is a story. You have to have a myth, a tale, something to be ultimate, to be, you know. We did it, guys! Oh, the 8th Umbral Calamity timeline? Yeah. Maybe. We know that the 8th Umbral Calamity timeline still exists. I like to think the New World's just America. I mean, it is. I mean, Enki, I don't know if you know this, but like it literally just is. Like it is. It almost maps more well onto the North and South America than almost any of the other continents map onto the other continents. It's just straight up. New World is the Americas. I mean, geographically even, it is almost like... I don't know if we hear American accents. That's interesting. That would be cool, though. That'd be really interesting.
But one task remains. With this last coil disabled, there shall be naught left to bind Bahamut to this world. His beloved children will finally know peace.
I mean, the New World is really effectively 2 continents is the thing. And I won't be surprised if we find out when we get there that the people of the New World are like, what are you talking about? Like, we see these as, like, multiple disparate, like, places. Like, just because we call it the New World doesn't mean they do. I mean, we have modern British accents in what should be ostensibly, like, Industrial Revolution. You know, or modern Japanese accents in what should be the Sengoku or Edo periods. So it wouldn't be that out of place, really, Demins, actually, with what we have already. Oh yeah, you did, Anki? Okay, cool. So I wasn't sure because we had talked about it on streams and stuff before. So if that's the case, let me after this, let me hop on over and I'll show you what I'm talking about. I can pop it up either. I should have recorded footage of the planet.
"'Tis done. He is truly gone." You knew, didn't you? You knew what Grandfather had become.
I was not certain, but from all I had gleaned, it seemed a distinct possibility.
Yeah, I had seen
The
some of
scene
the
people describe of the Battle of Cartenow was one of unimaginable devastation, and 'tis through the combined prayers of the desperate and an abundant source of ether that primals are born. I merely put 2 and 2 together.
Well, Shakespeare is modern English.
And you consider
I mean, like,
that
the
sufficient
era is correct, but,
explanation?
like, that's not Old English. Shakespeare's just,
Well,
like...
however you stumbled across your theory, 'twas this revelation that made you wary of my attachment to Grandfather.
Just because it's more
You
archaic.
feared that in my obsession, I would
It's, like,
fall
still
under his
very
primal
modern
sway.
compared to, like, when you
Is
get
that
into
why
actual
you decided
English?
to join us? To pull me back,
Sorry, I'm being
should I show
pedantic, but
signs
this is
of
just like a
wavering?
point that I actually know a bit about, quite a bit about.
Pray forgive me, sister. I wished only to protect you. Yet I see now that I needn't have doubted the strength of your conviction.
Old English is
May
freaking
I ask
wild.
you a question? What do you now intend to do with the truth you have uncovered?
Let's get Proto-Germanic and the Normans and have them like just have a wild orgy and then make a language out of that.
Which particular
That's Shakespeare
truth
was Middle
that,
English.
Robert?
I mean, yes,
The
effectively.
fact that desperate prayer gave rise to the primal phoenix? That this new god
My point
was
being that
responsible
like
for setting
the
Eorzean on
delineation
path
between
to
it being
rebirth?
when people call it Old English,
Should such a tale become common knowledge, people would
I'm
soon
just very
offer up their
tired.
prayers
This
in
is
earnest.
this.
They
You
would
do not
beseech
mean me
Phoenix to
correcting
complete
you.
the
You're
healing that
fine.
has begun.
I'm not. Your point was
Yet
on
as you
point.
and I know all too well, the very act of calling forth this savior would do more harm to the land than good. We cannot encourage such worship for this very reason. Were Grandfather forced to return as an ether-draining primal, it would undo all that he had worked to protect. Your abiding love for him was the key that unlocked the truth
Oh
of the
yeah.
calamity.
Oh, I missed. Dude, that is a good
But
symbol.
keys
I
may
totally forgot
also
about the
serve
thorn.
to seal doors that were best left unopened. Let your love now guide your actions, and lock away deep inside the fate of both Grandfather and Bahamut.
We're almost there, guys. We've only been streaming for 5 hours. It's fine.
Fear not.
Okay, Professor,
Alfino.
thanks for joining
I
in.
understand what must be done.
We're almost there. I'll go to bed.
The realm need not know the truth for it to be saved. That the Elder Primal is banished, to return no more. That is enough.
I can't drink coffee. Caffeine makes me immediately go to sleep. So if I drink caffeine, you'd see me
Let
then
us
like
make
literally
our way
fall
back to
asleep
the
on stream.
surface. Poor
Apparently it's a
Eorzean
thing that
must
happens
be
with
beside
ADHD
himself
people.
with worry.
You gotta get t-shirts. You wanna bring back the thorn? Get that shit, like, get it in a major brand that, like, picks it up as, like, their symbol. Well, I guess that makes it become a logo too much. Okay, we have an option here. I can either wrap up, I've got a conversation that goes between these guys for a little bit, and then Eorzean, you know what, fuck it, no, we're so close. We're so close.
And here we are again. After the descent into darkness, the desolation of the Northern Hydaelyn seems paradisal. Paradisal? As promised, I shan't reveal the truth of the calamity to a single soul. However, the nations of Eorzean will require a certain assurance that the threat of a new primal is gone. Kept in the dark overlong, 'tis only a matter of time before they seek answers of their own accord. Let us recommend that the fragments of Bahamut are sealed off, that the truth may rest undisturbed. But first we must go report to Eorzean. It would not do to keep him in suspense. I dare say we shall find him pacing up and down in the cerulean processing plant.
Yeah. I know, I'm so close. I literally just have to do this conversation and then the burning wall conversation. Energy drinks, however, it just makes me calm down and helps me concentrate on things to do with normally. Yeah, for me, it literally is like if you made me take a sleep drug. Like if you give me caffeine, it makes me, it's like literally if I took a sleeping medication. Oh wait, the only ever time we hear Ali say the Air Force? As far as I know, yeah.
Ah, the warrior of light, returned undimmed from the depths of the darkness. By the triumphant bearing, I take it thou hast succeeded in thy mission, and yet thou art alone. Mistake me not, dear friend, for glad I am of thy safe return. But where, pray, are Master Alfino and Mistress Alice?
Don't worry, they're just bruised and burned over there. If I have Coffeo, it's gonna make me go Coffeo. Coffee Elio? Is that Dusk White Elio?
Here, my friend, forgive us our lateness. We took the scenic route. Bahamut is no more. Bahamut is no more. The realm is safe. By the heavens, look at you! What horrors are your young eyes must have seen? What suffering your young bodies must have borne? Pray tell me, where are you hurt? Your wounds must needs be cleansed and dressed at once. I shall make for you a poultice. No, that's not how you say it. How do you say it? I know it's got like a specific way to say it. I want to say it right.
Poultice.
No, okay, it is poultice, I guess. Okay.
Be at ease, my friend. We are hale and whole, I assure you.
Coffee brand Elio, shut up and take my money.
It's not me, coffee.
Little trying to read Eorzean lines when your brain isn't working is painful. Yep. You need sleep though. Yep. There's only scene to. Yeah.
Does she have her voice though? Is it a voice line though, Aurora?
Caffeine is to Elio what wine was to Nona.
Oh god, the memes. She speaks during those? Okay. Oh wow, I literally just played A Realm Reborn and I still can't even remember that.
Master Louis Soir, then you met with him once more. But wherefore should Bahamut's thrall seek to ease your suffering? I promise to reveal all to you in due course, dear friend. But first there is a matter which requires our immediate attention. Now that Bahamut is defeated, we deem it best to bar entry to all the fragments of Dalamud. To this end, we will convince the nation's leaders that the danger is past, and invite their cooperation in ensuring that the fragments are never again disturbed. Come, let us depart and seek an audience with them forthwith. Poultice.
I'm going with poultice, that's for sure.
A moment, dear sister. You need not burden yourself with this task. Eorzean and I will more than suffice. Might you not take this opportunity to rest? I feel called out. The gods know that you have earned it.
Really? I thought it was the Alfie monologue the whole time. Separation seems important.
But I am fine, brother. Besides, you have been through as much as I have. Oh, I see now. You would play your games of diplomacy and wish me out of the way. No, I not could be further from the truth, Alice. My lady, 'tis mine earnest belief that your brother hath your best interest at heart. You have more than done your part, and he desireth but to relieve you of the burden he might easily bear alone. I have some experience treating with dignitaries. You must allow, as you never fail to remind me of my fondness for diplomacy. I feel it only right that I remind you of your aversion to it. Then it is settled, Eorzean. Pray make arrangements for a chocobo carriage. The ride should give us ample time to prepare our story.
Live letter in 10 hours. Jesus Christ, I gotta go to bed. I'm so close, guys. We just have the wall. We just have the burning wall left.
Alfino!
Me too, Sarah.
Though our paths are different, we share the same goal, do we not? But of course, dear sister. That which we have just achieved together stands as a testament to that fact. Whatever path we choose to take, our hearts shall ever lead us to the same end. Of that, I am certain.
That goes places.
Thank you.
I have now officially been streaming this longer than I slept today by double.
There is a place that I would visit. Might I ask you accompany me?
I kept it under 6 hours, Ray. I'd like to point that out.
But first, I do believe a change of garment is in order. It won't take a moment.
I believe your quote was keeping it under 6 hours. Oh god, we're at the burning wall. This is it, guys. Every so often, we all have to have a rough day. It's fine. I will get sleep. Yes, exactly. Well, I have another thing to do, but I can do it from bed, so that sounded wrong.
Though it would be poetic for the fragments of them to magically disappear, I am well aware that they shall remain long after you and I are gone.
So yeah, cryptid crystals are gonna take a long time to ever diminish, if ever.
The world may change irrevocably, but life shall ever go on.
Like, the themes here end up being still the themes in Endwalker. Like, that's the thing, is that there's so much that is consistent between, a, 2 point, really X, but even 2.0 onto Endwalker.
Let us take a closer look, shall we?
It's not like they're just disparate expansions. What happened to the Aether, what was once Bahamut's soul? It is returned to the land.
I have no doubt that Alphino will do an admirable job concealing the truth of Calamity.
And now the land can now begin to heal. Those wounds that were still a part of it are now beginning to fix themselves. Could it be possible from what we learned in 5.8 to clear the questions? Yes. I'm not sure it's worthwhile. It's not. To your fundamental point, can these crystals be realigned and not be so astrally attuned? Yes.
But the thought of the people of Eorzea shall forever remain ignorant of their savor, of your deeds. The injustice of it all is too much for me to bear.
It's not about the thanks.
How typical of you, Elio. Ever the hero. Even so, I cannot deny that I feel better for your reassurance. But I want you to know, I will never forget, you are the one who freed Grandfather's soul and saved Eorzea from Bahamut's wrath. And though these great deeds will never be remembered in song,
not true, I can tell you from the ultimate,
their consequences will be felt forevermore by every soul who calls their realm home.
I'm sorry, Elio, no tangents.
Yes, this spot will do.
Naimi and Lily!
For Grandfather, Nail, the dragons of Mercidia, for all those who were taken by the Calamity.
Naimi and Lily!
At long last, our struggle with Bahamut is over.
A 5,000-year-long nightmare has come to a close.
The realm given new life through the prayers and sacrifices of countless souls may look to brighten tomorrow. When the dust of our adventure has settled, I shall embark on a journey. I mean to find my own reason to fight for Eorzea, and when I do, I will fight with all my being. You have done so much for me, Elio. One day I hope to be able to repay you in kind. I have no doubt but that you will continue to help those in need, and grow ever stronger in so doing. I shall endeavor to do the same, and if the 12 are kind, I hope one day to become Eorzea's sword in the darkness, as you are. Come what may, you may rest assured that I will not be outdone by Alphino. When next we meet, I promise that I will not disappoint you. Till the day, fare you well, my friend, and thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Will Elio ever meet Alice again? Will Alphino succeed in his diplomacy? What will the city-states say? Find out next time on Elio Z. But yeah, so in terms of like aetherology, Aaron, like you can re-aspect things. So I would assume that yes, you could, but the required amount of ether would be prohibitive.
That was wonderful. Thanks for the. Oh, of course, Brooke. Thanks for tagging along. All of you. Thanks for hopping in. It was great. No, it was so much more fun to have you guys along than to not. Look at that. That's some skins. That's what I'm currently using for my pally. Looking good, guys. Looking good. It's so funny. I'm so used to my cures. Like, haha. He goes, ha ha ha! Whereas, like, Elliot's just like, ha ha. So it's very, very different. Well, let's go to the tea tree and we'll do outros. Slap, what'd you call it on Twitter? I had no idea. Bye, Alice. See you next expansion. Have a good trip. It's almost really, I mean, like, it is still the same expansion, don't get me wrong. But, like, I think of the expansions as and the bridges as, like, separate things. So, like, I think of 2.0 and 2. Like, I think of 2.0 as the expansion, and then I think of 2.x as the bridge, or the interstitial is usually what I call it. So, we got a ways to go until we see her again. Here, why don't I just go to G-Pose? Just like show all you guys in chat. I don't know. I can just show you guys. Okay. So let's do some quick outro stuff. Taking some of the tribal dailies before treasure hunts with FC. Thanks for letting me join you. Oh, of course, guys. Thanks for joining in. Oh, speaking of, we got to do tribal stuff with Elio. We're gonna have to figure out where to put that in because we want to be able to do it. We want to do that before Endwalker. I just thought that maybe through the realignment they could direct the flow of Aether to heal damaged lands. Well, so the problem though is that the cryptic crystals are currently too astrally aligned. So like if you realign them, it takes Aether to do that, and you need an incredibly powerful source of umbrality to do that, and then once there, you could redirect that into the land, but the thing is that the land does not necessarily need the Aether from the corrupted crystals that bad, especially once Bahamut's Aether is returned to the land. Hate pictures, but love sound. Thanks, Tethys. Okay, quick outro stuff. Okay, we have a Discord. Come check out our Discord. It's a great place to socialize, and it's great, very supportive, and we talk about Final Fantasy XIV lore. We have a website, the eorzeanarchives.com. It's great if you like lore that is text-based and not necessarily video-based. That said, if you like video-based lore, come check out our main channel. We just released a new video today on the lyrical lore of Close in the Distance. If you like to cry, hopefully it makes you cry. Well, okay, not hopefully it makes you cry. Hopefully my work makes you feel something. My work, half Soken. Well, maybe mostly Soken. Don't forget that we have merchandise. You can go check out our merchandise. It's very, very cool stuff. Although it's still in the midst of expanding and adding more and figuring all that stuff out. I know some of you have problems with it costing a lot for shipping. If that is the case, actually, please let me know in the Patreon and merch section so I can try to figure out solutions long term for you guys. That is because I don't want that to be the case. Don't forget to join our Patreon. We've got a bunch of fun different little small rewards, and it goes a long way to make this whole thing more sustainable. And hopefully soon I'm approaching being able to do it full time. Not quite there, but if we continue the growth that we've had over the past, well, I mean, it doesn't have to quite be as much as the past month, but if we continue the growth from what we've like sort of had the past month into the next month, 2 or 3, could be done. With that said, I'm about to head out and conk out, except for I have one other thing I have to do, but then I will conk out. Thank you all. Don't forget that we have live streams every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. This Thursday, though, the servers are going to be down, so I may take Thursday off. We'll see what happens with that. Wednesday is new videos go up. No, wait, today's Thursday. No. Sorry, it's not Thursday. Monday. Next Monday is when they'll be down. Friday is Lore Book Club. If you like reading lore for Final Fantasy XIV and like talking about it, we have Lore Book Club every Friday. I also might be taking tomorrow off, so if that is the case, I'll try to reward those people who go to Lore Book Club with something else, but depending on how tired I am from today plus the prior week plus having to do live stream. Saturday is a community live stream. Is there anything you want to do in the game? Make sure that you go put it in the Discord and let us know, and we will try to create an event around it so that you can make sure you can get it done. It can be literally anything. Sundays, I rest. With that said, have a lovely week, life, experience, journey. Everyone, I'm out.
Bum 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 bum. Where's the button?